It's 3, not 3:30, right? Just to be clear.
Yeah, 3 to 6:30.
Okay.
3
Yeah,
to.
you're right. 3 to 6:30.
Okay. Does this work? Are we on? We streaming? People? All right, everybody, how's it going? So we are going to be taking part in another one of these repair workshops where anybody who wants can come in, use the equipment, use the microscopes. So I bought a bunch of extra soldering equipment, microscopes, monitors, and all this over here so you can see. Let's get a nice big view of everything here. So we have a microscope, a power supply, solder, thick solder. Somebody sent thick solder, thank you. Thin solder, micro jumpers, a little computer. We have a little computer over here so you can look things up on your own or view schematics or stuff like that. A power supply, a hot air station, a Hacko 951 soldering station with a micro pencil and a normal iron at each station, some flux, some brushes, a multimeter, wire cutters, wick, all sorts of stuff like that so you can come by and work on your own projects and ask for advice if you need advice. If you need to, learn how to fix a pad or anything like that, you can do that. You need to learn how to solder a basic connection, you can do that. You need to know how to run a wire because you ripped a pad, we can show you how, and then we can kind of walk you through it. So I am going to be streaming this. Again, I don't have a separate camera person for this. I don't have a dude that's going to follow them around and go over their shoulder. But for the most part, I have cameras at each of these workstations. Now, one thing to understand is that a lot of people who are new to using a microscope are going to feel really, really uncomfortable with it, and they're not going to have things in focus, and a lot of the times they're going to be trying to use things around the microscope. So when someone's looking at something in the microscope and you can't see what they see, a big part of that is going to be because they themselves don't have experience with a microscope, and I can't fix that. It may mean you get a shitty video experience, but it is what it is. So I figured I would film this. Do you want a camera guy? No, because a camera guy would cost money, and so far, and these are free. No, not at this moment. Apple back down on screen repair. Wow. Yes, very cool. Are you still doing hard drive data recovery? Steve, Chris, and Orhan. I don't. If I do it, you won't. You'll never get your data. You don't want me doing your hard drive data recovery. You want Steve, Orhan, and Chris doing it. They're in the other room, and they're awesome. So let's get people. Once Anel gives me the A-OK that everything is set up, we will get started. But no pressure. No pressure at all. Can we see this materials? The chair blocked the view. Power supply. Nook computer that you can use with here with an HDMI switcher so that you could switch over to it. Atten hot air rework station, solder, jumper wire, thick solder, power supply for finding shorts, as well as a MagSafe if you're troubleshooting a MacBook, microscope camera so I can see what you're doing, fume extractor because you shouldn't be inhaling the fumes from this, a little multimeter, a Hacko FX951 soldering station. Each station is going to have a micro pencil as well as a normal iron, or should. I think one of them may have actually gotten taken from the last workshop, which really would suck, but I don't know. Or the one before that. I really should probably keep better track of inventorying stuff because I only see one micro pencil here, but anyway, that'll be for later. I got fume extractor, computer, alcohol, all that stuff. I have 3 desks over here and 1 half-built desk over here. Also, I have an anti-COVID machine. For those of you who are concerned about COVID, I got it, I beat it, and I got a vaccine. But if you don't want to breathe in my dirty air, that's fine, because we got the fucking COVID destroyer right here. Listen to this shit! Ain't no COVID getting through this, bitch! Good to see you, sir. How are you? Back from Delaware, I see. Have a seat. You have perfect timing, my friend. Yep. Bring him in. What do you have this time?
I got a MacBook and a gaming laptop.
Let's see. Adeed says use the thumbnail. Fuck. I'm a shitty streamer. Can you send it to me on Discord so it's like the most recent message of mine so I see it and I find it? I suck at streaming. Fuck. Okay, got him here. Click here to see attachment. Oh, I haven't done any of these thumbnails, have I? I suck. Here we go. One moment. Before I gotta make this the thumbnail before people come in. Let's see. Workshop 5, beautiful. That thumbnail there is from when I was 20 years old in Herald Square Park. I had black hair back then. File bigger than 2 megabytes. Man! You mother... one sec. Open in Paint. Save as JPEG. Yes. Yeah, way younger. That was back when I was broken fixing shit in the park. I was literally sitting in fucking Herald Square Park, and they would have this place where they did a concert. There was one outlet there, so I got an extension cord, and I would hide it under everything, and I would run it over to my table so nobody could see that I was plugging in stuff like my soldering station and all that in the park.
I tried to.
Where did I put that?
Screens in my car, like at Starbucks and stuff, like a little bit, but it was just.
It was fun. Okay, so let's see what you got here today. Challenge me. Bring it.
This is the challenge. So I actually did the charging port on this. I fried it somehow, some way.
You said charging port?
Yeah, and this is the first time I ever like fried the motherboard. This.
So what happened with this?
Not turning on no more. Still getting like voltage. Like I tested with the voltmeter.
What happened in the beginning?
Charging port was bad, so I changed the charging port. So
Okay.
This is a new one.
The charging port was liquid, or what was it? What was it?
Just like
Who's calling me?
like the one, this one.
Oh, it just wasn't holding anything. You mean it wasn't attaching? Okay. So first thing you need to do is use a USB-C amp meter. Do you have one of those?
I think I left it at home, but yeah, I have.
Okay, so let me find mine. I used to have one on this desk, and it's disappeared. One moment.
I actually bought one.
I got it.
2 weeks ago, so I never.
I'm going to head over to store.rossmanngroup.com. Be right back. See amp meter.
How dare you?
How do I purchase a USB-C amp meter from?
Oh, I thought you were looking for the candy.
Oh, no, I've this?
BC?
Yeah.
With the dongle or just the straight up?
There's different. There's choices. We have choices.
There's that one, and then there's this one.
Oh yeah, that's normal USB. This is USB-C.
Yeah.
Can you take one of these out of inventory? Because I just stole it.
Yes, sir.
God bless you. Okay. First things first. Plug in your charger with this, and let's see how many amps it's taking. Oh, yeah, I get that. I'm sending $5 today to reach you regarding your car's extended warranty. You mother... You get those calls every day?
Yes.
Cars, like, I really just want to have a data-only plan.
I say order up for soap when I answer my phone. I say them.
I just want to have a data-only plan. I want to protest it. Like, if the phone company can't figure out how to make me stop getting it, I want to protest my phone company by just not paying them for phone service. But
You could be ultra secure. You could be like having people on the phone. They got like potential. iPhone does potentially scam, but it's like not really effective because they switch numbers now. So it's getting 5 volts.
5 volts and 30 milliamps. Is it blinking on and off, or is it just staying steady? Okay, now what you want to do now is check every port. So each one of the ports in this computer has a controller chip. And any one of those 4 controller chips can be dead. So the way that we figure out which one is the dead chip is figuring out which one is behaving not like the others. No worry, we got extras. By the way, you notice different behavior on the top port from the bottom port? The top port stays on 20, 30 milliamps, 3, 2, and done. So 3 seconds. Now put it in the bottom one. The bottom one, just 3, 2, 1, 0. It never blinks. That's different behavior. Now, I'm sure I have a. Let me find a charging port so I can try and troubleshoot this. So just get the board out of the case for us if you can. So this way we can have some fun troubleshooting. 'Cause we're gonna have to take the board out of the case anyway. There should be an iFixit toolkit over there, and let me see if I get you a magnet. One second, I'm gonna get you a magnet. I don't know if we have. Are there magnets on this desk?
Probably.
Oh, here we go, up there. You got some magnets, so this way you know where every screw. Thank you, RB.
I said I was going to see like the section where my left, but I saw the traffic and I decided, man, I just gonna go straight home.
Traffic?
Yeah, I saw that. I just want to go straight home. I didn't want to do it when I left last time.
The traffic from here to Delaware sounds like a nightmare.
It's not even like the traffic. It's like leaving New York. Once you hit the turnpike.
Yeah, it's good, but when you're here and when you everybody's just honking and nothing actually moves.
It's like moving the 7 lanes of hell.
Yeah, it's shit. Copaz I did, and thank you very much to Copaz for sending this thicker solder in case anybody brings anything else in. I highly appreciate it. A lot of people show up. So far, 1. I'll just unplug this while you're taking the screen, just in case you fuck up and touch the board. How is this advertised as Dave's Repairs? The meetup.com link down below will tell you when they are, and I also do videos to announce them. So I announced this one last week, and then again yesterday, and I also do it on meetup.com. How much did the green machine cost, the COVID destroyer? I think that thing was like $300 or $400 for the COVID destroyer. It's good for just getting rid of odors and shit like that as well. Like not even just for I didn't originally buy that thing just for COVID. I actually bought it because I thought that there would be an asbestos problem with this place. But then Sonny took a sample of the floor that used to be here to one of those places that examines it to tell you if it's asbestos or not, and there was no asbestos at all. So I kind of bought it for nothing at that point. But then I realized when you're doing construction or any type of work like that, you turn this thing onto the top setting, and it just makes the room feel so much better within a half hour, so I kind of kept it, and I got replacement filters for it, and now it is the placebo COVID killer. Don't mention the floor. Yeah, the floor triggers me. One of many bad life decisions. Can I see the USB-C testing and MagSafe thing to see Amos taken? If you come in person, yes, Shaz. I don't... I'd love to be in New York. I would bring something, but I am a European peasant. Thank you for the lessons. I learned many things. Love from Hungary. Thank you, Simon Senpai. I doubt you're a peasant. And thank you for the 2,000 huffs. What does the COVID machine do exactly? It swallows COVID whole. And then just chews it and spits it out. That's what that thing does. Lovely machine. I don't think he has Twitch chat open. I do. It's just there's nothing in there. What's wrong with this laptop? It's stuck at 5 volts, so the charger is not working, and it's stuck at 5 volts. He said, what did you say you did? You said you went to change the charge port and it was fried?
Yeah. I took the whole one up, but also in that process, I started hour.
This stream will be saved, yes, Rock. I don't have another mic here, Atrophy. Sorry. I know you can only hear me. That's because I only have one microphone. Once I have 3 fume extractors on, if I just had a room mic, you wouldn't hear shit. Like 3 room, a giant air filter plus 3 fume extractors plus 3 hot air stations, like you wouldn't hear anything. I'd have to get each person a microphone and then like, it's just a mess. Huh. All right. Those are Erica's way of trolling me. The acoustic panels are there because it sounds stressful when you have 5 fume extractors and hot air stations all on with people talking. Some random Amazon piece of shit share. Are all your subscribers just notified, or why is no one there? When I do videos about stuff that I care about, it doesn't actually get anywhere. So let me see if I can show you. I'll give you an example. Yeah, let's see if I can give you a nice example here. Where is this? So... Okay, so I said you're all so the invitation video I did last week got 7,900 views. Yeah, a video I did on garbage overflowing got 109,000. So nobody shows up to these because the videos I do announcing them don't actually get watched by anybody. So it's one of those things. Yeah, you're all invited again, November 10th and 12th. The video, 7,900 views. 1.68 million subscribers, my balls. I wonder if YouTube inflates subscriber numbers to increase that. Look, to increase the willingness of advertisers to advertise on the platform. I don't think so, but it kind of makes me wonder sometimes. All right, you got the board out? Like, I still don't believe I have 1.6 million. So, right, in 2016, when I started streaming, I had 40,000 subscribers, and I have 600 live viewers. Now I have 450 live viewers with 1.6 million. It's like, you see how the math is kind of kinky there? But anyway, so let's see what you got. So the first thing we're going to do, what is the first power rail that needs to be present in order for you to get 20 volts?
Oh, no, the on, you said it last time. One.
So give me one of these charge ports over here. Just give me one of the charge ports so that I can plug it in, because we're going to troubleshoot this together. But I'm going to walk you through while we're doing it.
One rail, right?
No, I don't mean that. I have a charger here. I need a charge port to plug in.
Oh.
Yeah. I'll zoom in. Look at the confidence I had here. I actually zoomed out as if more than one person would show up. I actually had my camera zoomed out. I feel like a fucking idiot. All right. Thank you for the $5, Ryland. Oh, look. Oh-ho.
One more victim?
Hello. How are you? What do you have?
Nothing. I'm just here to watch and learn.
All right, cool.
That's okay.
Yeah, have a seat. So he has a MacBook that's not charging. Now this charge port is interchangeable. Either side will work on. So what we want to do is, as I said, I want to see if I get a different result from each port. This I usually screw I usually don't unscrew the charge port when I'm taking the board out, because this thing jumping up at you it drives me insane. Having to hold it down. All right, so now PP3v3 underscore G3 hot is the first rail that has to show up in order for this to actually work. And let me show you why. I'll put this. I wish I can visit stuck at work. Do these on weekends? No, because there's not as many people here on weekends. It's, but I would like to. It's just I'm understaffed on the weekend already. Okay, what's the board number here? This is an 820 00239. Okay, let me just open up a schematic and a board view for this first. 820 00239. Okay, so this is your charge port over here, right? Now, let me. So when we go through this, these are all the different signals in the charge port. So let's say we have USB. This thing over here. Oh, what did I just do? One moment.
Everything is showing up.
Okay, here we go. So there's this one thing, USB on CCA, CC2, and that goes directly to this chip, U3100. Now, what is U3100? U3100 is a USB-C port controller. So this chip needs to be turning on before you're actually going to get the charger to work.
How do you know, like, U3100 just off the top of your head?
Hmm?
You know U3100 off the top of your head, or it's like...
Well, it says it right over U30. Well, over. Okay, so I know it's the USB-C port controller because at the top of the screen it says USB-C port controller.
From that view.
From the board view. So on the board view, what I did is I just clicked on the charge port, and there's a bunch of different things in the charge port. I just kind of want to see where this goes. Yeah, I just click around, get curious. So CC1, you have this, and the CC2. What are these things? These are lines that go between the charge port and the charger and the USB-C chip. So this, see where it says bi over here? That means bi-directional data line. So it's going to communicate back and forth. It's not an input or an output. And this over here says USB-C port controller. So it says USB-C port controller on the top of the screen, and it has a line that goes between it and the charge port on the computer. So let's find what this... So this over here is the other end of it. This is... What is this? J3300. Now, J is going to be a port. So, for instance, like this J, or this, or this, or this. Any of these things where you plug stuff in, that's what a J is on the schematic. U is chip. So this, or this, or this, or pretty much any one of those little chips that are on the board. So I'm going to guess, because this says USB-C port controller, and it's communicating directly with the charge port, that thing needs to work in order for anything to happen. And if I take a look at at this chip, U3100, all the power rails that are at the top that are usually the power rails that we need for any of this to work. So up here, what do you see? You see a bunch of different rails, like you have a voltage in over here, VC VIN. All these are at the top of the chip, where it's like VIN, VDD, VCC.
Main rails.
Yeah, those are the rails that are powering this chip to turn it on. So like over here, for instance, like my microscope. So like this is like the VCC or VDD or VIN on my microscope. Yeah, like this is the power input to my camera, just like this is PP3v3 underscore G3 hot going to here. So voltage in. Now you have different voltages going in. You have PP5ES4, PP3v3 underscore G3 hot.
Well, S4 like sleep.
Yeah, S4 is similar to sleep. It's hibernate. So that's when the computer's hibernating. So it's kind of like you have a pyramid. So you have the G3 hot rails are at the bottom. Those are the rails that are always on when the computer, pretty much anytime. S5 when the computer's off. S4 when it's hibernating. That's when it's suspending a disk. S3 when it's suspending the RAM. That's like when you close the case. And SO when it's on. So this rail is necessary to power this chip. So the first thing that I usually do is, if I see that it's not going to 20 volts, if I'm stuck at 5 volts like this and it never goes to 20, the first thing I do before I even blame this chip for not working, and there's one per each port, is I measure to see if PP3v3 underscore G3 hot is present. Because that's the first power rail that has to be present before anything gets done. So in Paul Daniels' software, I can click right over here, And, 50% of the time it'll work, and on the left side of the screen it'll show me everywhere it shows up in the board. I'm kidding, it works 100% of the time. I suck at using this software, and I always fuck something up while I'm using it. So, right over here it tells me a bunch of different points where I can check. So, if you take a look at the board, you'll see that there's what I like to do is I like to find the biggest, hardiest point so that it's easy for me to find it, because there's thousands of little components on here, and like I don't want to go into the middle of here where there's like 10 or 50 different resistors. Show me some place where it's nice and easy and easy breezy. So over here you have some giant connector, and right below the giant connector, the first resistor is the one that I measure. So that looks like it would be the easiest point for me. So I try to find whichever one I think is going to be the easiest point for me to measure on. Now, what do you think we're going to get? Think we're going to get 3 or nothing? What's your guess? Actually, let me turn this on so people can see it on the screen. What we got here? Okay. Paul Daniels' software is opened. Okay. 3.4. So I can't blame that power rail not being present. Well, it is because the charger is boot looping. Now, so now at this point, I would probably blame one of these USB-C controller chips. So one of these so each one of these ports has a USB-C controller chip. So there's one here, and on the flip side of the board, one here, and one here. Now, the way that I try to figure out which one it is that's not working, here's one of the fun things about Apple products. Only one of those needs to not work for every charge port to die. So if any one of those chips dies on this board, every other charge port doesn't work. Because some people think, oh, wow, I have 4 charge ports. That's great. If one died. No. It's actually worse. Because now, if one charge port died, you're screwed. Here, if any one of your 4 charge ports dies, all of your charge ports die. That's Apple engineering for you. So what I want to do is I want to see which of these is not like the other, which of these does not belong. So I have the top one over here that you saw is turning on, but then it's turning off. On, off, on, off. This one, on, off, on, off. See that behavior? It's turning the meter on and off. And this is why you need this meter, because without this meter, you have no fucking clue what's happening. Now we do this. Plug this in. All right, do this on the other side. What do we have here? This one is... See, this one is steady on. One of these is not like the other. And now let's try this one. So it's kind of like the little Sesame Street symbol. Like one of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong. And this one is cycling. So these two cycle. This one cycles and that one doesn't. Now, I don't know what the behavior is supposed to be. But what I know is that I don't think all 4 of them failed at the same time. I don't think it's most likely one of them. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to figure out if there's any behavior that differentiates one of these chips from the other chip. And I did. This port is behaving different from the other ones, which gives me a hint that let me look at that one first. So now here's the hard part. This is the part that I honestly forget because I'm out of practice and haven't really been doing board repair much lately. Mostly this wasting time with this lobbying shit. So this is where I want to figure out which one of these ports which port corresponds to what chip. So that's where I'm going to go on the board view. First thing I have to do is I have to orient the board view the way I have the board in the desk. So I have the CPU on top, RAM on the bottom, and I'm on the left. So I got to orient it like that here. So
Who made
this Paul Daniels, straight from Australia. All right. So it's the top port, not the bottom one. So I want to figure out which one of these is the top port. CCA1, USB. Okay. Which chip? Oh, here we go. So that's going to correspond to this chip on the other side of the board. So the top port corresponds to this one, because I don't know which CD3215 on this side it goes to. So you remember how there was a communication between the charge port and the chip? So I figure, well, the top side, since that's the top charge port, is going to be where the top charge port is going to. Admittedly, I'm making an assumption there. And I'm just kind of following it and seeing where it goes. So USB-C, TA, CC1. Does it go to the chip on this side or this side? Top or bottom? Where's the line going? So we have a CD3215 on the top and one on the bottom. Bottom. Let's find this chip, see what it looks like. So we flip the board over.
Right there.
Now, let's take a look at this. And actually, you take a look at it in your microscope, because you got to start getting used to looking in the microscope.
You guys see anything weird or?
See if you see anything weird, and show me what it is. And try to get a little on focus in your screen so that people can see it as well. See over there. Now, is that the chip that we were looking at? Yeah, I'm going to put the board view full screen over here to make it a little easier for you to see. So this is the board view, and this is the chip that we were looking at over here. It's UB300, which is this one. So find me that. Now, what I like to do is I like to look for something that's big in that area to try to kind of locate it on the map. So you have this giant thing, U9220. And that's and then you have this, and this is also in the middle of this fan hole. So you see how you have this hole for the fan? So right in the middle of the hole for the fan, to the left is this, and right above it is some giant thing. So see if you can locate it like that. That's a sleep sensor over there. Very close. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit. So we're looking for this. You just showed me. Yeah, very good. All right, now zoom out of the microscope because you're. Let's see. How's zoomed? Actually, yeah, that's focus. It looks like you actually are zoomed out. It's just this this microscope camera setup I have sucks. I got the higher setup. So adjust the microscope so that it fits your eyes because you're gonna have to move it. Remember, like we did before, you're gonna have to move this thing so that it fits you. I don't know how wide or narrow your eyes are compared to mine. Don't turn this. This is focus. Yeah, there you go. And get a look around the area. Tell me what you see. Lots of dust. You know, I'm gonna blow away the dust at the compressed air machine just so that we can see it a little better. Never mind. Here, move this over a little bit so that I can see what you're seeing in there. Yeah, just a little bit. Just slide the board over. Ah. All right. Okay, point to what you see. Tell me what you see and what do you think? Yeah, so come back over here for a moment. That is semi-burnt, but what? And you have two other points as well. Just move my face out the way here. Yeah, so this and this. This. That little bit of corrosion over there. Now, yeah, so let me show you on this screen. So this over here is completely that is completely shiny. Not shiny. See how it's kind of gray? You don't want gray, you want silver. The nice silver shine is what you're looking for. This gray over here is it means it's been corroded, but also you see this very light greenish thing. It's very hard to tell because you have
I know green is like corrosion, but I didn't think that like that little bit.
This over here is your first hint. That little piece that I just moved away because I suck. That little piece over there, that was the green. And you see, actually, it's on the edge of my tweezer. You see it right in the end of my tweezer? That's corrosion.
That little bit can
this
kill a motherboard?
Yep. This brown thing over this brown thing over here is a cap, and that black thing is a resistor. But over here, where this is, it's not really brown, but it has a shade of tinge of green, light green on it. That's corrosion.
So
You see this little thing over here? That I don't know how to describe it other than this looks like someone came on the board. See between this resistor and that capacitor? See that over there?
Yes.
That little bit of green cum? That's corrosion. And what that could be doing is that could cause this to be short into that. Now, first thing I want to see what that stuff's for. I sent donuts for the class, none for Lewis. Enjoy. Thank you, JP. You're getting a donut, by the way. Okay, so now let's take a look on a schematic and board view and see what that is. By the way, here's how you figure out what these signals on the schematic mean. I have no idea what 90% of this shit means. The way I make associations myself is I have a problem. So for instance, stuck at 5 volts and charge port is boot looping. And what I do is I look, once I find the corrosion, I make a note of what it's on. Once I clean it off and it works again, now I know, okay, whatever that signal has something to do with charging. Or that signal has something to do with this happening. So let's see what that's for. So that is 1.8 volts. Okay, that's a capacitor between a 1.8 volt rail and ground. And the resistor that's corroded, I2C, by the way, I squared C, that means it's a data line. And also when you see SDA and SDC, that's data and clock in an SM bus data line. So TLDR means it's talking to something. So this is communication. However, this actually looks like it's not even used. So let's see, RB308, what is this? RB308. I have a feeling that this actually doesn't even get used. So that may not be our problem, but what that denotes, but the liquid being there still. Yeah, that's a pull-down resistor for a data line that doesn't actually get used. So that thing being corroded actually doesn't really matter. This capacitor being corroded might matter. Yeah, this is for a data line that doesn't actually get used. I don't really give a shit about that being corroded. Now, what is this PP1V8 thing go? What does that go to? That goes to. That also goes to nothing. Let me get a look at that board under this microscope for a moment. Yeah. But for those wondering, this is the difference between a $35 AliExpress microscope camera and a $700 microscope camera. For those wondering why this camera looks better, I don't want to spend $700 on 4 workstations. I also can't find this thing anymore. It's an OpticsCam OCS-HDMI-NH1080. If anybody can even find this thing again, I'd appreciate a link, but it's an OpticsCam NH1080, and I think this thing's been out of production for a good 5 years now. But this one was $799 when I bought it. It's absolutely amazing. So let's see what happens if I just clean this off a little bit with a Q-tip. The dust is kind of making it hard to see things in that area. Also, usually I would be worried about corrosion underneath the chip, but you see how this one's underfilled? See this stuff? Like my knife won't go under there. That's supposed to be to protect it against drops, but also corrosion, because water can't get under there. It doesn't mean the chip can't be dead. If you get water in this area, stuff going. Yeah, something else could fry that chip. Or it can get fried when things around it get liquid damage. Also, let me see if that cap is shorted. I'm just going to make a quick die. $2 million ohms. Wait. It wasn't showing on the screen. Damn you, Paul Daniels. There should be an error code that shows up there when I'm too dumb to hit the button on my multimeter. I'm going to blame Paul Daniels for that. Alright, so 1 million ohms. I'm going to say that that's not a short. So this sucks because I was hoping to... Well, I know that it's something in this area, but I was really hoping it would just be I flick one of those things off and I replace it and I'm good. What? Oh, this is an inductor, and that looks fine. There's nothing wrong with that. All right, so it would be very, very kind if this actually just started to rain. Oh, look, you can also see that water hit here over here. See the green on the casing? It wasn't a bad charging port. She got water on it and didn't tell you. So did she blame you for breaking the rest of the computer?
She,
All right.
She haven't turned it on like a year. She's like kind of let it sit.
So also, this doesn't look like it was spill. It looks like humidity. And humidity is sadly all it takes to kill it. Okay, so check it out. 20 volts. 20 volts, 740 milliamps. That's turning on right now.
I turned it on once, and then it didn't turn on again.
Yeah, because there was corrosion between there. Now, here's the shitty part. I can't explain why that is. I can't tell you what the significance is of apparent. Here, my best guess is this: if you have, if you have PP1V8 semi-shorting 1.8 volts shorting over into this data line over here, it'll corrupt it. If you have 1.8 volts going into this data line, it confuses this chip and it doesn't work. So this is a data line, but the weird thing about this data line is that this doesn't actually go anywhere. Like that's not used for this chip to communicate with other sections of the machine. This is for debug. See how it says _DBG? By the way, a big part of this is you're going to be trying to use these. You're going to be trying to guess what a lot of this shit means. You're going to have to guess what the acronyms are. So now what I would do to make this perfect is I would replace these two, that resistor and that capacitor. Or what you could do is you can just kind of file around the edges because it doesn't look like it's anywhere near totally destroyed. I would put some flux. Don't use hot air, by the way. You can't use hot air in this area because that chip's underfilled. Since there's underfill under that chip, if you use hot air, the underfill will expand, and then it will hit against the solder balls will expand. And when the solder balls expand, but they have no place to go, they'll just wind up shooting out everywhere, and you'll destroy it. And also, you don't want to use hot air in this area when it's not necessary because you have the NAND and the data over there. So I would use a little bit of flux. I would attach the micro pencil, not the normal soldering iron, but the micro pencil. Yeah, you attach the micro pencil, and it's kind of like filing your nails. So you're just going to kind of go along the side. Oh, no, with heat on this, just not hot air. And you're going to kind of file. So put flux solder and just try to file. You're going to want the dirt. Huh?
As it melts.
Yeah, as it melts. You're going to want that. You want that old solder, that crusted up shit solder to go away. And I'm going to show you an example right now before we get started. Can you just do me a favor and flip on that fume extractor over there? I'm going to show you on a different board. I'm going to show you on a different board what I'm looking for from you. Just pull my fume extractor over. So here's what you're looking to do. What?
Said that I stumbled upon that.
Did I stumble upon? Okay. If I could find one that's corroded, all the better. Go fucking figure. I can't find any corrosion on this board. JSEC, I honestly have no idea. As I've announced many times, I cheated to get out of chemistry in high school, and I still got a 58 on my Regents, and I failed chemistry in college. So I'm not the person to tell you what the differences in the flux are. So watch what I do. So let's say it's this resistor right over here. I'm just going to do this. Look, see what I'm doing?
Okay.
So, but the thing is, you don't want to do this. Not much. You don't want to do this. Because the solder, you don't want to heat the component too long. Right here, I'm just raping the component with heat. But the main other thing is, I don't want to burn away the flux in that solder because then you get a shit joint. So what I want to do is this. I want all of the dirt there to end up on my iron. See this? New solder. And see that giant ball of solder? It's not going to be on the board. It just goes away. And then I take my iron and I clean it in this mesh over here. And then I go back and I do the same thing again. And you're going to keep doing this until you get rid of the corrosion. Again, you don't want to just do the side of the component. Just doing the side of the component is not going to help you much. You also want to make sure that you're getting the pad. Also, if you really wanted to go crazy with it, you could just remove the component altogether, clean up the pads a little bit, and then just place it right back on the board. But whatever you need to do to feel comfortable, so I would do this I would just kind of practice on this. This is a donor, so you're not fucking up something that's valuable. This is, you just practice filing a little bit with that, and then when you're done, you're going to do that to this. Technically, this could be given back to a customer, and it'll probably work until the end of time. But you want to give them back something to where if they open the computer, they're like, I don't trust this little let me see what they did. That they look at it and it looks like it came out of the factory. Because this is technically going to work. It's technically going to work. But you want to treat all of these as if the person is going to open it like a detective and try to figure out what you fucked up so they could file the charge back on you. And you want them to see nothing. It should look factory. So practice on this board. You're going to change out the soldering iron that's in there because the iron in there is way too big. Use the iron that's sitting on top of the power supply and go from there. Be right back. Data recovery?
Yeah.
Oh no. Is it a
You came here last week for something else, right?
is it a Granada?
Oh, you had the guitar? Okay.
Is that a Granada?
No, it's a Pharaoh.
I-
It's actually one of the easier ones.
Oh, lovely. That's nice. He has only mild corrosion around one cap and resistor on the CD3215. I jealous. I know, me too. But here's the weird thing. So it's a data line. It's a 1.8 volt voltage rail that goes to nothing else on the board but the CD3215 that I think the CD3215 may actually be creating. And yeah, and then it's a data line for debug that goes to nowhere but the CD3215. How is But how does that getting 1.8 volts via corrosion keep that port from turning on?
I think because the CD3215 is locked in debug mode without it.
Oh, yeah. That would make sense. It's better than the 2011 GPU shit he brought last time.
No.
Fuck that. No, we actually got it to have an image on the screen, but it was an image with lines.
Hey, Lewis,
Yeah.
can you show him how to use DD Rescue?
You have Linux?
I have Linux, but just you have to show him how to like install. I'm gonna grab some food. I
Okay.
fixed all the firmware issues that it had. So you just have to use DD Rescue, clone it, and you're done. That's all you need.
Can you have an L supervise the guy in the office since he's playing with his phone and has his feet up?
Sure. Yeah. Sure. Let me just go to NL quickly.
Okay.
You can use mine, by the way. Feel free to.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm going to delete somebody's stuff.
Actually,
Oh,
never
no.
mind. Yeah. You can use ours, actually.
Do you remember when I deleted my...
SDA instead of SDB. No.
Remember the last time I did that? I mixed up SDA and STD and I deleted my whole RAID array. That's it. He'll show you in a moment once he gets food. That's... on the... Huh? 40? Oh, temperature. So first things first, that's never... did you already change the irons? It's sleeping because it has this in here. So it senses when this is pushed down. It senses when this is pushed down and you're not going to get any heat.
That's why.
Yeah, so that's why you're not getting anything. So usually I like to solder somewhere around 650 to 700 Fahrenheit on normal boards. But we're working on MacBooks, so literally turn it all the way up. So MacBooks are not engineered to be to cool themselves, to have a cooling system. They're engineered to absorb heat and burn from the inside. I'm not kidding. That board has more thermal mass than most boards and most other laptops do. And yeah, it has more thermal mass than almost anything else you'll work on. So when you're working on other stuff, you'll want to start out with a temperature of 650 to 700 or so. But on this, I just literally crank it like absolutely, because you're not going to get anywhere. I have this on 840. If you have it less, you're going to notice that it takes like 5 seconds for you to, and the flux is all going to burn away before you get anywhere. Oh. Oh no, I was going to have you manage this while I show him how to use DD Rescue, but then Steve realized that I could potentially erase somebody else's data if I typed the wrong letter in, and then immediately said, no, don't touch my setup. Cause, yeah, do you use DD Rescue? There was this, yeah, because that his drive doesn't need PC3K or anything like that, but I remember trying to DD, you have to, you don't choose your drive like C, D, E, they're not labeled. It's not like, Max's drive, whatever. It's dev/SDA, dev/SDD, dev/SDC. And if you have to type the source and the drive it's going to. And every now and then I would just so happen make a typo and wind up overwriting my main system drive. And he remembers that because he had to call the customer to tell them, yeah, your data recovery is going to take 3 more days because our fucking idiot business owner wiped his whole computer. No, I had to fix my computer before I could then do it again because I was a dumbass. I ruined my whole... Luckily, it was a RAID array, so I was able to rebuild my RAID 5 array, but still, it was stupid. Yeah. Thank you, Anna. Sorry. Mug. put this in front of here so that he gets more fume extraction. It's like filing your nails. I did an interview with a lovely, amazing reporter, Joanna Stern at the Wall Street Journal, and we got along very well. The one thing she said,
Chicago?
No, here. But the one thing she said is that this is not like filing your nails at all, and that's where we intensely disagreed. I was going to report her article for lacking journalistic integrity after I read that. I want to write a letter to the editor of the Wall Street Journal. This is exactly like filing your nails. So which resistor are you focusing on here so I can see how you're doing?
One right above right above that
Which?
point right there.
This?
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
That's not good enough?
Good. You want to use enough that you're doing a new joint, but not enough that you're ripping it off. Now, here's what I want you to do. Remember, this is a donor board, so you can screw it up. I want you to keep pushing. I want you to feel how hard it is. How hard can you push before you actually damage something? Because I don't care if you damage this board. So do the filing. Also, wait, 1 second. Get it off. So this tip is shaped like a knife, right? So you don't want to be using the point of the knife. Let me show you.
That's fine.
Yeah. So you got two different ends of this. This is a knife tip. So you could be doing it like... This microscope camera is such a piece of fucking shit. You really get no... This is so cropped. My God. Yeah. So there's two ways you could do it. See the point? Not very efficient. Or the knife. Look at how much more space you have.
Yeah.
Versus doing it like this. If you do it like this, you don't really...
more gentle.
Yeah, you don't get much space doing it like that. Where's the flux? Yeah. You want to do You want to do it like this because then you have more ability to move up and down. So you're getting more done. There's much more dirt that can come off. Now what I want you to do is I want you to feel how hard can I push before I rip something off, because I think you should know how hard is going to rip something off, so you know to go just up to that but not up to that. Yeah. Like and do it to a couple of them and figure out how it feels to damage some of them. So you damage it on this one so you don't damage it on yours.
What was the last time you used this one? Do you have the stuff on there, or is this full of piss tissue?
Dirty.
What?
Is the window next door still cracked from the fire, or did they get a new window?
They've got both new windows. They had to replace both of them.
Jeez. I ran... that was a no.
How do you stick it up?
That was when I realized that we need better fire protection / awareness. I don't know what the right word is. Of the three...
Some better extinguishers than what I got.
No, of the 3 fire extinguishers that I tried, only one of them actually worked.
At least we have ones that will work. But they're little.
But in the time that it took me to find a working fire extinguisher, the fire outside went through this window. Let me mute. All right.
You don't have any flash drive, you don't have that, you don't have Linux. For you to set up everything up,
I'm going to be starting a repair shop in Massachusetts on Tuesday. Do you have any advice for me? My advice for you is keep things cheap as long as you can. Don't rent some fancy location. Don't think you got to have a nice sign, all that other shit. Keep things cheap. Keep things cheap and focus on what matters to people. Get there, try to make it so every single person leaving feels like they got the best deal humanly possible. Like, actually put as much effort into solving their problem as you can. Show them that you're putting as much effort in as you possibly can. Exceed all their expectations to the point where you don't have to ask them to write you a 5-star review, but they feel like they owe you a 5-star review. And keep things as cheap as you can. All right, so let's see so now you're on this one. Let's see what you got. You can never use enough flux. Drown that shit. Yeah, I have sprinklers inside. I don't have a fucking Halon's whatever system. I wanted to get this DuPont FM2000 system until I realized it cost about $250,000 to get them installed. Can you move the microscope just a little bit up, or the board down, just so I can see? So let me see if I can zoom out this camera. Or this is, yeah, sorry, this camera's a piece of shit. I gotta get something better than that. But okay, yeah, now I can see. There we go. That's perfect. Please help on how to source a Barlow lens. Don't get one. I take the Barlows off. I hate them. I'm the wrong person to ask. Wouldn't Halon suffocate you if it goes off? I mean, it would save the MacBooks. I mean, priorities, man. Like, priorities are really important here. Are you left-handed or right-handed? Huh? Oh, you used to holding the soldering iron with your left hand?
I use both, I think.
Which hand do you usually use for the soldering iron? Which is more comfortable for you?
I'm still finding out for real.
Hmm?
I'm still finding out for real.
Okay.
I can't switch around.
Because if you hold the iron in your right hand, then the thing to do to make this easier for yourself would be to flip the board so that the side that you need to file matches the side that your soldering iron's on. Always arrange the board so you're comfortable. Don't arrange the board. So, like, watch. You have the soldering iron in your right hand, right? So if you have it in the right hand, do this. So that now... Oh, you can rearrange the board and everything on the desk so that you're comfortable. The board does not have to be comfortable. The board does not have to stay where it was. So if you need to file the right side, then have it so that the board is shaped so that it's on the side of your soldering iron. You change hours for these workshops. I usually have classes on the day you hold these. What hours make sense for you? I was thinking of doing a weekend one. It's just there's nobody here. And the one time I did, there was one person that was trying to fuck over Hi-Hi. And Hi-Hi is very, very shy when it comes to customer service. Like, he's the weekend person. So like, we figure the weekend will be slower. So the weekday people are like the people that can deal with hardcore douchebags. And there was one person that was just really being a hardcore douchebag, and he was just steamrolling high, and I had to stop the workshop to go out there and deal with that. So I don't like I prefer doing these in the weekday when I'm not less likely to have to go up to the front to solve a problem. Because like here again, I have like Steve, Kevin, Paul. They're all here on the weekday, so I'm kind of free. Whereas on a weekend, if I'm here and I hear somebody being a douche to like the people who are kind of the weekend staff, then I would have to go and deal with it myself. So Halon has been banned for nearly 30 years. At least for most uses. It's one of the most ozone-destroying things. Doesn't it only destroy the ozone if you let it out, though? I sent you a message via your website live chat with links to Opticam 1080p's. That goes straight to Kevin, who will probably wonder what that is. Yeah. Send it to me, Lewis@rossmanngroup.com. If you email customer service, they're literally just going to delete it unless it's MacBook repair. Let me see what that looks like. No, Kevin's going to mess you up, Donald. Yeah. Meh.
That's what I feel comfortable with.
Whoa, Krispy Kreme donuts. You want a donut? Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Thank you very much to JP. Also, what is this? Holy crap, what is this? 7 grams cafe. What do we have here? Thank you, JP. You are too kind. Oh, it's a giant cookie. Okay. I can't eat the giant cookie, unfortunately. I'll save that in case Erica comes over. She enjoys cookies. And there's donuts. Would you like a donut?
Yes.
A donut? Nice unhealthy donut? Clog up your arteries? Cookies are... Huh? iPhone charge... I have USB-C. There's a video that had... I don't think I have an iPhone charger. Holy... Bro, whoa. Look at this.
I'm about to be so sluggish when I drive back.
Oh, man. Thank you. JP, you are a hero. I don't deserve this.
I should say.
Yes, the reason I'm saying not... I don't think you did it hard enough. And also... we can always replace that capacitor as long as you don't scrape the board. But I can still see on the screen over here. One second, let me just put it up there so they can see. I can still see that there's a bunch of gray on the right side of that cap. I should be able to look... If you can't look at that and say, huh, yeah, it doesn't look like water ever got there, then replace it. But I still think you could file that a little more. Now, sometimes you can't. Sometimes you can't file it because there's so much corrosion. There's corrosion being on top of the cap, and then there's corrosion that actually ate through the metal on there to the point where solder won't stick to it. But I think better can be done than that. Enjoy a donut. And wait, where'd the donut go? There was a donut over there.
I think they ran away.
Hey, okay. First we have to find it. Take a donut break and then do that.
I work on my PC next. My PC. I'm gonna leave this on. If it works, I just want to leave it how it is.
You don't want to mess with it anymore? Okay, let me at least. Okay, you mind if I make it look a little nicer? Because that's gonna. I'm knowing that this is running, knowing that this is being plugged in Delaware is gonna keep me up at night. That shit's gonna keep me up at night. So just, yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, turn the fume extractor on. I get why you don't want to fuck with it if it works. Yeah. So, watch, I'll show you.
And it's not mine.
Okay, I understand. Let's get this in view. I don't have a micro pencil over here. I have the tweezers, so it's a little bit different. Same principle.
If I had a pacemaker, I'd trust you with it.
You are too trusting. I'll leave it at that. That's a little too trusting. Where'd my fume extractor go? Oh, here we go.
It's got
Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. See what I mean? I'm not just getting the top part, I'm also getting the bottom part. See how shiny that looks? And I'm getting the bottom as well as the top of it. Make it look as good as humanly possible. But also make it connect as good as humanly possible, not just make it look good. Now see, once you clean the flux off of that, if somebody was going over this with a microscope, they would never think to themselves, they're never going to look at this and think to themselves that this had water on it. And that's the idea. I think you're being gentle with it compared to the other board because this belongs to somebody. Yeah, I understand your hesitancy there. It is. You said you didn't charge anything for this?
No, it's the perfect cost of the part. It's not. So I work for a store in Tim right now, and the lady that bought it in, she's like a partner of it.
Oh, that's very nice. So I just messed up my flux container.
Can I test my YouTube channel? I got 50 subs.
What's your YouTube channel?
Elisha Wells, my government name.
What is it?
Elisha Wells, my government name.
How do you spell that?
ELISHA, last name WELS.
Because if you look, 50% of the people in my comment section spell my name Louise or Luis or Louisa or Louisiana, whatever.
It's spelled like Alicia, like how it's in the Bible. So everybody, like my first day of class, everybody always thinks like Alicia.
Okay, so look at that. That looks. I'm not going to blow on this with the. I'm not going to do this at 500 Celsius. I'm just going to do it at a temperature to move the flux away because I don't want to melt the solder underneath that chip. We'll lower it a lot. Just move it out of the way a little bit. You got a nice look.
That's pretty good.
Also, here's another tip. When water gets in here, here's the most common one. Do you have the wire cutters on the desk? The little red cutters? Yeah, this one. So this cap under here often gets water on it and you can't see it. Yeah, so because this little thing is covering it. And you'll have a little bit of green under here. And that cap will short to ground. Remember that rel I told you, PP3V3_G3 hot? It'll short to ground via one of these two caps over here. And you won't be able to see it because of this. And if you just move it a little bit and you look at it at an angle, that's why I'm inspecting it, just to make sure that that's not corroded. And it's not. So you're good. Let's just make sure that this thing still works. You have the charge port? Always want to make sure it still works after I touched it.
They spell your name wrong, man.
$20 volts, 700 milliamps. Well, high five. Works. All right. Enjoy. Put it back together. I would also just do one last thing before you put it back together. Look around the whole board and make sure there's no green shit anywhere else. Just make sure that there's no corrosion that's hiding anywhere else. Because I never did a look through the whole board. I just looked through that one section.
I seen it with like the black part. I seen it, but I don't really think anything of it.
It being on a shield is not a big deal. I would Q-tip that away with some alcohol though. But that's on a shield. It's not on something that matters. But make sure there's none hiding on any components. It's a quadrant. I have that little link down below that uses PayPal. I have that bit.ly link. It puts something on the screen, but that uses PayPal. And thank you also, by the way, Quadrant. Thank you. So I have, I think there's a Patreon link down below, and there's also a bit.ly post a message link, but the post a message link uses PayPal. I'm going to stand in front of donuts and not eat one. because I'm very disciplined. There's no way I'm going to eat one of those donuts. Also, thank you, Mr. Quadrant. More than I deserve. Fill up my little It's Not Lying, It's Commercial Real Estate mug. Did you see JP sends Halloween-themed donuts?
Yeah. He always does.
Did you see the Halloween-themed donuts?
The turkey.
Yeah, so for this one, we have an update from our technician. It doesn't like, oh, sorry, it doesn't like we don't have an exact key on when we get the part.
Hello. Hello. Who is this? Ah, yes, how are you? Oh, no, no worries, no worries. I was worried. Every time somebody knows my name and they call me, it's like a debt collector or a scammer, something like that. No, it's fine, it's fine. What's up? Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, yeah, okay, he's Polish and that's his like quote American name. The name is Bogumil, Bogumil. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have given you. Yeah, if you're able to put a bonus on each of those checks and just have it for this week, and that's great. So just can you tell me a little about that? So, what is the tax implication of having it as a separate check versus on the main one? Is okay, so because it would be seen as a monthly income versus a weekly income, it puts them in a different tax bracket. So yeah, so yes, okay, that's what I needed to know. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you taking the time, and thank you for calling me. I'm so sorry I forgot to email you back. I'm gonna add you to my phone so I don't answer you like you're a telemarketer or a debt collector next time. Yeah. No. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. I didn't answer your email. And listen, thank you for actually taking the time to call me because you could have just not called and said, listen, this is your problem. You never answered me. I really appreciate the level of service you guys have given me for the last 10 years. Thank you so much. All right, bye-bye. I'm going to add you to my phone so I answer you more friendly next time, all right? Bye-bye. Okay. Jenny Payroll. Okay. This is the boring reassembly part. No corrosion on it? No corrosion?
This is the one area like that was bad.
You cleaned it off?
I saw the iPhone 13 video. They took it back.
They sure did.
They took it back.
They sure did. They did. Fuck them.
They took it back. Oh, man. They never took it back. They said sorry, guys. It's probably a camera app.
Yeah, grab one. I have a whole selection over here.
Oh, sweet.
Anything over there is a donor board. If you want to put the iron through my tax audit papers, you're welcome to do that as well. Oh, thank you. That's way too much quadrant, but I highly thank you so much. It's more than I deserve. Any repair shops in Sweden that do board repair? I know Netherlands. I don't know. That's the closest I got to you. I'll give you a link in the chat. Also, Nasera. Nasera, if you're watching this, you had better have opened a board repair shop by now. I need to start referring people to you. You also have to fix that DC in board to that 820-3435. This is some piece of shit Aoki keyboard. I honestly only use this thing because Paul hates the sound of mechanical keyboards. So since Paul hates the sound of mechanical keyboards, somebody sent me a mechanical keyboard that makes annoying noises. And now that Paul's not in the office with me, it really just doesn't make sense. Where's that guy with that 1965? Somebody was supposed to show up with a 1965 Zenith television. If nobody's over here to give you more suction power, just cover this thing with a napkin or something.
Okay.
Because it's split between the two.
Oh, thank you.
There you go. So what's your experience level? Soldering, microscope, anything else?
None. I've been watching you for a while.
Oh, cool.
I mean, I'm going to give it a shot since this is a donor board.
You can screw up as much as you want.
Thank you.
Doesn't matter.
This is not one of those knife ones, right?
I don't know which one this is. It looks kind of dirty at the end.
Kind of a picky.
One sec. Let's use some tip cleaner on that. That tip looks like shit. That tip looks like shit.
Can I hot swap them or should
That
I?
thing's-
This is
This is a tip cleaner.
okay. How does it work?
I don't know. You put it in here and it just kind of makes this very strange. See what it looks like when it's done? And you do this and see how it doesn't look like shit anymore.
Nice.
All right, so
Thank you.
I love watching the smoke go into the fume extractor. It's so satisfying. Is learning how to use chip-off machines possible for these workshops? That's probably a bit higher in level. I mean, if David's here and his queue is not a clusterfuck, I'd allow it. But David's the one that deals with all... David and Chris, and their queues are fucking horrible. So David and Chris would be able to give you better level instruction. And what I like about doing these workshops out of my store, rather than doing them out of a totally different location, and one reason I wanted to do it out of here, is so that I could kind of like grab them and pull them over and say, hey, can you help me with this? That's one of the reasons I'm not doing these in the weekend, is because I can't do that on the weekend because they're not here on the... Actually, David... No, I lied. David's here on the weekend, but Chris is not. But David's queue is... David has like 18 things he has to recover before I can have him get pulled in on this. Is it true that... But I'd like to be able to offer that. I really would. I like to be able to kind of, pull in my existing people and have them answer questions. Well, I have to get them through their queue first. Is it true that some MacBook or MacBook Air versions have a soldered hard disk where the data cannot be recovered until it's dead? Yes, but, technically, how dead is the board? I mean, if it's totally dead, then yes, and some of them you can't. But that is true for the newer models, yes, for the 5 shifts. Thank you, Zap81. That is unfortunately true. Hey, listen, I want to have a good evening and rest of your day. Thank you, Lucas. How are new Macs M1 repairable? Yes? Maybe? I went for my 3rd COVID test that I feel like 45% of my brain has been pulled out Egyptian style. Ugh. Oh, so there's let me look over at what's going on here. So I heard a noise. 500 milliamps. Very nice. But 500 milliamps means it's not charging. Okay. Over an amp will mean you're charging. There you go. Okay, so let's see. So first thing is your iron hit the connector that's burning on the right. You want to make sure you don't touch those.
And that's, which one?
So you see the burned plastic connector on the bottom right of the screen?
Bottom right. That guy right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ouchie.
That's good, sir.
Hungry.
I think it's a donor board.
You could try taking that chip off and putting it back on with the hot air station.
The whole thing? With the plastic?
Uh,
I wanna
yeah.
do it.
Turn this thing on.
This is to our guy's box.
Oh, that's, well, you were soldering this large transistor over here, right?
Yeah, I was just filing the nails.
I think what you did while you were doing, yeah, see the black pieces on the soldering iron? That's the plastic from the connector. So you want to do is when you're here, words can't begin to express my hatred for this shitty microscope camera. I feel how hot this thing is. Oh my god, this feels like the first generation Pentium 4s. What a piece of shit. Do I know how to cheap out on shit or what? So, you don't want this to be touching the plastic, so watch. This is good. You want it to... Good. Good. Bad. Bad. So, you have to be cognizant of what you're touching around it. Also, admittedly, this is a giant thing where it's very rare that you're going to have to do that type of rubbing over there because those joints are huge and it's going to take forever to corrode them. You'd more have to do that on something like this.
So, the PCB itself, you said it's very thermoconducive, right?
Yeah, it has a high thermal mass.
But just because I was close enough, it already burned the plastic. Right?
No, that wasn't the PCB. It wasn't the PCB you were touching. You were touching the plastic directly. So this, what I'm saying about thermal mass is that if I want to, let's say, push up this thing over here on a normal motherboard, if I did this component would be lifted from the board immediately. Because it's a MacBook and the board absorbs so much heat, it takes a good 5 seconds before I can do that because the board is absorbing the heat. But this over here, this is just normal plastic. So the moment you touch this with the iron, the board is not heat sinking any of the heat from the plastic because plastic is not going to conduct heat the way metal does. But you're just burning it immediately, and you want to avoid doing that because if you burn the plastic connector, you have to replace the plastic connector, and that sucks.
Gotcha. So how would you replace the one that has this kind of things?
Which one?
The one that this ribbon cable connector.
That connector?
Yeah.
I would shovel that off of the board and then tin the pads, put the new one on top, and then do one by one. But that's if you've never soldered before, that's very, very high in level. You got to start with something simple. You'd have to start with something like take this component off, put it back on. Then after that, take off a larger connector and put that back on before you would get to doing something like this connector. That's a little bit too fine pitch if you've never had soldering experience before. So if you wanted to try something, I would try, for instance, can you take this off and then put it back on the board in that current location? Before you get to something like doing a connector with 50 pins. Yes.
I'm gonna come up here again, but I need something like jumper cables. I'm horrible with those.
With jumper wires?
Yeah, I'm horrible with when I actually rip pads. I'm horrible with those. I don't have nothing right now. I was practicing on the Xbox controller, and I didn't have to put. I had a big soldering iron.
Well, bring in what you're having trouble with, and we'll go over it. Let me know when you got that closed, and we'll go on to whatever next thing is that you have. Did Steve help you with your drive?
Yeah, he said it's gonna take a while for it to fully copy.
Yeah.
So we'll probably come back on Friday or something.
Okay.
For now, I'm just trying to see if I learn from watching it.
One moment, I have to use the restroom. Excuse me. What is that?
It's a I was gonna part it out and sell it, but I'm like, I kind of like it though.
What's wrong with it?
It's not turning on. I don't know. It could possibly be the charger. The first thing was just the charger.
Well, all right. One moment. I'm gonna phone a friend, as they would say, and let's how to be a millionaire. Damn, he's opening a drive right now. All right. Okay. No, Chris, he's opening a drive right now. So once you're done putting that back together, I'll help you with this. I was gonna try.
My car got told one time. I thought it was still in it, so I ran it down. Long story short, it ended up being up to that. I've never used my car to take like that before. Theory, right? This would be put the positive in here, put the ground on the outside. It should.
Well, with the multimeter, yeah, the positive is usually on the inside and the ground is outside, I think.
So it should be
Honestly, 50-50. Let's see. Plug it in, and I'll measure it with the meter, and I'll tell you. I should really know that off the top of my head. It's a fucking embarrassment that I don't, but glad you washed your hands. I didn't just wash my hands. I washed the rest, and I also cleaned around the toilet. Thank you very much. You would have been able to hear 3 sprays with the bleach spray, because not only I clean that bathroom even when I don't piss in it. I like having a clean toilet. It's important to me. So even if I don't piss on the seat, I assume the person before me did, and I clean up everything.
DC, right?
Yeah, DC. Listen, I don't want a corroded motherboard, and I don't want a corroded bathroom. All right, 19. Now, if it says negative 19, it means you have them reversed. When it says 19 volts with the red, when it says 19 volts, it means you have the red on positive. So that the charger works. So let's take the board out of this thing. Yeah, let's take the board out of this just in time for. What's up? What do you got here?
I forgot my fixing kit. Do you have like tongs? So I took that 12 chip off.
Oh, you need tweezers.
Tweezers,
Yeah, we have an iFixit thingy over here.
Oh, thank you.
Let's see. Does this have tweezers in it?
No,
It does not, because I bought the cheapest one. Literally the cheapest one.
That's
That's exactly what I would do. So you have tweezers over here, though. And they're upside down to make sure that you stab your fingers.
Great.
Nice, Anil. Nice touch. Yeah, you have tweezers. You have a knife. Yeah, here you go. Use that.
Nobody has an iPhone charger.
Thank you. Holy.
I have some in the front. They got an iPhone.
What?
Oh,
Sorry.
shoot. You're in
I
the
know.
back.
Hello. Okay.
They're rich.
Thank you. Okay, so
Nobody has an iPhone charger.
iPhone charger. iPhone charger.
Put the thing in the station.
Let's see. Do we have an iPhone charger in the building? Do we have any iPhone chargers? I only have USB-C. I know you use iPhone. Do you use iPhone? You don't use iPhone. Do you recover iPhone? You don't recover iPhone. David recover iPhone.
Can I just let it sit? Or I'll bring it back.
You have to find something to plug it into that does fast charging.
That's tough.
That'll be a very, very slow charge. Where do I get a fast? What do you say you just send 5 volts directly from the DC power supply?
I mean, I'm not against it. Oh, shoot.
You found one? Let me see. Oh, yeah, but this is...
Oh, no, good.
Yeah, it's going to be slow charging. It'll be better than nothing, I guess.
That boy's on Facebook and yeah.
Oh, take it apart. See.
Put toothpaste in that one. That's one place, so I got one place in the mail.
I don't fix PC laptops, so this will be a first for me as well. It'll be fun. Well, not a first, but a rarity. So.
I debated with myself about that. You know what I mean?
Oh, all right. Chris did them back in Poland, so I'm going to immediately torture him when I get stuck. This is going to be fun. Chris is going to be mad.
I think I might need help.
Okay, so first things first, you don't have a proper solder lump on either of those pads.
Okay.
So you're going to have to make. Let me find this. So when you solder, you're going to want to heat the board and then put solder there. First things first. Everybody who starts soldering does this. They put solder on the iron, and then I'm just going to do this to the screw hole for an example. They take a bunch of solder, they put it on the iron, they let all the flux roll out. The flux burn away. The flux is what's actually going to allow you to make a nice joint, and then they do this and they tap it, and like, why isn't it sticking? Why isn't it sticking? Or it sticks like this. You see how instead of it being a nice lump, it's this like Hershey's Kiss kind of thing? You see how the top looks like? You're supposed to do this. You heat the solder at the same time that you're heating the base, and then you get something that looks like that. Look how smooth that looks. It's pretty. So you want the same thing over here. So where are those pads? Here we go. So that's not even at all. You want it to look like this. So let's clean the iron. Do this. Tap the iron there. Add solder. You can add as much as you want. The excess will stay in the iron, then flip it away. See what that looks like? Now make the left pad look like that, and then we can address getting the chip onto the board. Spudger? I think there's I don't. Yeah, I haven't. I usually just I rip things open like this. Oh, that's for corrosion. Different levels of brushes to brush off corrosion. I should have spudgers on my desk and I don't. Oh, you found it. That looks better. Now you're going to use the hot air to put that on there. I want to see how you do it first. With your, yeah. So the first things first, you can touch this. Don't touch that. Touch that, you burn. Touch this, good. No, no, yes. You turn it on by hitting this button. And when you put it back in here, it will automatically go to sleep because it has a hall sensor over here. So this base is a magnet in it, and this is the thing that reads a magnet. So watch, see how the temperature's going up? I put it in here. Starts to go back down. Take it out. Goes back up. Actually, it's not going back up because I have to hit the stupid button again. There we go. Or, fuck it. Okay, there we go. So to solder this on, just going to go like... Are you right-handed or left-handed?
I'm right-handed.
Okay. So you're going to hold the hot air with this, and you're going to hold the tweezer with that. Now, where's your component?
It's on it.
Okay, the first way you screwed yourself is you have it on the component. Yeah, you can't have it stuck to the tweezer.
I think there's like few different particles on it here. I was trying to clean it up.
There are. We're going to address that in a moment. Okay, so let's turn the heat on here. Don't worry about cleaning it, because when you have flux on it, everything's going to stick to it. But that flux, the flux will become more water-like when you heat. Now, once I place it there, it's kind of like being a snake charmer. Like I place it on top of there, and I can heat it from far away, and then I slowly close in as I see them. See how it starts to melt on the left? Then I go in all the way, and it doesn't matter if I'm close in or how high the air is. It's going to flow into place nicely. Now, here's the second thing that you need to be aware of. Also, you should have this on the right side. I don't know why this desk is arranged this way. This is horrible. Then it's my fault for arranging the desk this way. But, so there's two ways to grab the component. A lot of people in the beginning are going to grab it like this. I'll show you. Okay, do you note see how from the side the leg of the tweezer is beyond the component? That means that when I put it on the board, it's not going to be flat. So from this angle, it looks like it's there, and you're going to blow, and then you're going to go to take your tweezer away, and the moment you let go of it, it's going to fly away because it looks like it's on there. But when you put the board on an angle, it's not. It's sitting above the board. You need this little piece over here. You want to pick it up from the top of it, as close to the top as you can, so that when you look at it from this, so that if you were to flip it to the side, it would look like this. See that? Now I can place it on the board and it will be flat. So it's something to be cognizant of, and eventually at some point you won't have to actually look at it at an angle to make sure that you're picking it up right. You'll just naturally pick it up right. Is it the proper orientation? It's a resistor. You troll. Trollololol. Now that you're on Twitch, will we get a hot tub stream? I don't have a hot tub, man. Yo, I actually made an offer on a house in New Hampshire that had a hot tub, and it fell through because they wanted everything to go way, way, way too fast. And they said, no, instead of giving you the extra 6 days that you requested, we're going to go with this person instead. And guess what happened? They reneged. And now it's like, 3 weeks later, and they have to start all from scratch. I should go back and offer them $50K less for the house. That would be like... Realtors. I gotta get some meat. I'm hungry.
If it's on backwards, you have the ground going to ground.
Did you steal Orhan's batteries for his mouse?
No, it still works. Of course not. I wouldn't do it.
The problem with you and lying is you always look incredibly guilty.
I'm not lying,
If I told you the truth, you would look at him and then walk away.
You look so incredibly guilty. I feel bad because, like, at some point you're actually going to be telling the truth, and because you look like you.
Okay.
Batteries are there.
So he wanted to mess with Orhan by
Okay.
flipping his battery upside down.
I don't want to mess with
But
Orhan. You just gave me the idea of messing with Orhan.
For one, the mouse still worked, which kind of scared me.
No, last time what I did is I took this off, and then I took one of the batteries out, so he couldn't actually figure out which one was the issue. he figured it out though.
So you did want to mess with Orhan.
Not today.
I see what it is.
That was a long time.
Damn, why do you always look guilty though?
I don't know. I get nervous when people ask me questions.
You fuck up my sensor as a boss because every time I walk by, I feel like you should be in trouble for something, even if you didn't do anything. It's just that, like, that look that you have, you look guilty all the time. I don't know if you're doing that just to throw off my sensors so that someday when you actually are guilty, I'll just think that that's just you being you.
I don't know if it's for backplates.
Oh, do I look guilty? Straight always.
He does. Like, doesn't he always look guilty? Like, you just ask him a question and his face is like trembling and he's about to laugh. Look, he's doing it again.
That smirk. That smirk.
With the dimples.
I get nervous. When people ask me questions, I get nervous.
I don't even have to ask you a question. I just walk by and do this.
Just when somebody looks at you and
Yes.
Look at this,
makes me nervous.
what he did, maybe
I'm just
that's why he's,
I saw. Oh, yeah, this.
that's why he guilty. Are you feel guilty for this?
No, I won.
You didn't win. He just didn't race you yet. And you spelled Kevin with an A.
Capin. His name is Capin. And I did win against Shane here.
Yeah. We have to re-race at some point.
I actually almost caught up to Zoran.
With Orhan, I almost tore my groin muscle though when I raced him. It fucked me up good. This is being promoted to my homepage, WTF Alphabet. Yeah, I know that. Yeah. Okay, the board.
So when I first got it, it was like overheating real bad. So I ordered a thermal paste, but in the meantime, though, I used gasoline and toothpaste. That's thermal paste.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So that had a-
Where is the charge port probably goes to some jumper thingy, doesn't it? Where's the charge port?
It's an actual.
It's a little board that slides in somewhere. Okay, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Hello, Chris.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good.
You have a moment? Come over here for a moment.
Uh-oh.
Oh, what do you mean, uh-oh? Okay. Ah, it's gonna be happy. It's gonna be fun. No, oh, like yes, like, I want to see excitement.
Chris, let's go.
Let's. Hey, Kevin, catch him. Catch him.
What happened?
But yeah, just stop
Introducing Chris for the remainder of
Hello.
this session.
It's a Lenovo, yeah? Looks like Lenovo. Asus? Oh. Okay. This is okay. This is okay. Yeah, so it works a little bit different than MacBooks because in MacBooks, first the most important rail it's a FreeV42 or FreeV3. Here you don't have it. Here you have something like a B+ lane. It's similar to our PP bus, but
the main power rail.
yeah, the main power rail, and you can find this rail on those two.
Charging for it.
So the first rail, actually the first. Yeah, look at this. So here you have probably this is a probably DC inboard connector. Yeah. Yeah. So it was DC inboard. So look at this. Here you have two MOSFETs. Yeah. So after those two MOSFETs, you have a B+ lane. From this side, you have charging like from the battery and to the battery. Sorry, my English is terrible. I know. And so you don't have a short like. It would be really nice to have the short here.
So when you plug it in, the indicator turns on the LED indicator turns on, but doesn't power on at all.
Okay, so it means the KBC. This is probably you know what? I was working on those things like really 4 years ago, so I don't remember everything, and a lot of things changed since this time. Okay, PCH. Also probably it's there. So the KBC on those boards on the regular PCs, it's like a SMC for us. Yeah, this is this guy. If you have indicators like you know, the lights or something, probably it means probably the KBC should be okay. EFI, no, the EFI chip, it's a BIOS chip. It should be here. This is it. Yeah. I want to see one thing. How can I turn it on? Louis? How to turn the lights on?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm stupid, sorry.
It's incandescent, that's why. It's a halogen. So I lower it so I don't kill it.
Okay.
You're not stupid. You're smarter than me.
I don't think
Chris
so.
is the best board repair tech in the store.
He's lying.
He's the best.
He's lying.
He's just saying that so people don't put bad shit in his name. But everybody puts all the
He's
horrible
lying.
shit. Everybody gives all the horrible shit to him because he's the best one.
He's lying.
He doesn't even need a schematic. It's just like in his brain. Because the thing is, you would have to essentially figure out where the brakes are. So you have to pray. So let's say the brake is here or here or here. But you cut this, then you
Okay.
cut this, then you would try to stop
So we should have.
the piece of the
I wish to have
thing on each side. Twist it
two
together,
wires.
around it so that it doesn't touch the other one. And then the giant wire.
How do you know what the positive
Bike
is?
side.
Hmm?
How do you know what the positive is?
Because look at this. So here,
The wires, and then you have something inside of it. And after I do that, I work as like the smallest bike you can
it's really simple because here you have like only two choices, yeah. So on this side, you have ground for sure,
How do you know it's for sure?
because here you have coils. So yeah.
I wouldn't even think about that.
You see,
No resistance.
this is a ground. And here
Open line.
you have a mega ohms. Yeah. So you change the thermal paste, and right now it doesn't turn on, yeah?
Yeah, but it was like getting real hot before.
It was getting hot.
Yeah, so it's basic wire. So once you cut it, this, you don't put all
Where
three wires in this space, one wire. There's three wires. Ground, data, listening, and audio.
Louis? Louis? Sorry. Oh, okay, okay. Can you turn it off? Okay. Do you have some switch here? How to turn it off the fume extractor? You have some remote for it, or just?
So you can.
Oh, okay.
I'm not that advanced.
Okay, this is it.
So when he's soldering over there, just cover this one with a napkin. Oh, so this way he gets.
I want to be sure on one thing. Okay. So somewhere here we should have. Can you turn it off? Thank you. Somewhere here we should have 3v3 and 5-volt rail. Probably it will be here. Yeah. Do you see 3v3? It works. 5 works. Okay, nice.
So that's
So-
what's that like? Monster 3 and 5.
No. Here, look at this. Here you have a 3v3, and here you have a 5 volts. Actually, it's a S5 state. So this one works. Here it's nothing. Where is our PCH? Okay. This one is jumping, do you see? Okay.
So
Okay. This is nothing. Let's see this.
Chris's camera operator.
I don't remember which leg should have 3v3 on the on the KBC. I think it was one on the corner. Yeah, so okay. We have a 3v3 here. I wish to have a schematic for it.
So while I'm out there, if you could be so kind as to be my camera switcher. Before the 3 buttons in the bottom.
This one?
You got overhead camera, microscope camera, and you. That's
So
you. Look to
we
the
can't use it.
left. I'll look to the left. That's you. See? That's you. It's microscope. That's overhead.
Okay, once more. Me? No. It's
Camera?
Me?
It's you.
Microscope, overhead. Okay. 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 Let's try to find a schematic for it. This one is. Okay. I need my phone because there I have my account number.
went over there. Okay, so now you have the southwest pads. Oh, there it is there. Excuse me. All right, come on.
What's this? It's all bad caps.
So how long did you take to make like
This little matrix?
like you mean like physically made it too, like
Which?
the designer he made that too? The stream deck.
Oh no, I just bought. Somebody bought that thing for me,
Oh, I thought-
and then I had to set it up myself with all the buttons. Sorry, Chris. Take your.
I have everything actually, so maybe we will be able to fix that. Come on. Okay.
these Polish websites that have schematics.
Yeah, they have all, actually almost everything.
How old is this word?
I got it on Facebook, but it's like a newer, like in the Call of Duty Warzone. So it's pretty new. My first game I got to. I was gonna part out and sell it. I was debating for like a week. I'm like, but kind of want it. All I play is Warzone. I don't want to say what else on the stream.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not now.
I never played it.
You play games?
No time.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh?
This is what you have to do every time you bring in
No.
something that needs a schematic.
Why?
On a USB? On a USB? Bring it up here.
Can I search
This is
now?
why the repair industry just kind of sucks in general.
It's not like streamlined the phone stuff you need.
What the hell is going on?
I was looking at your reviews, like I was like, I saw like so many fake reviews. For,
Okay,
like,
this
I don't know why they do that. It's
is
like
it.
bots. They say,
There's fake good ones and bad, but there's also fake bad ones. Oh, it says you have to enter your current password.
I'm stupid, sorry.
Oh.
yeah, it's so,
Steal your password, then I steal your account.
it's so like people are against fixing sticks and stuff. Like John Deere, like John Deere, like their tractors, like make like a good amount of money. I don't know why. I don't get it. People are like really against fixing stuff for fashion.
You make it as hard as possible.
Do I have a caps lock on or off? Oh, okay.
It's fun.
Chris does not use 1234 as his password.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
If it's red, he's gonna smash the desk.
Yeah. Okay. So this is N551JM. Let's see. BIOS, KBC, BIOS.
Yeah, so this is hair. That's just hair. That's like
Okay.
hair. They would string it so that the hair stretches back from the cable. So you cut too far and you gotta go back up. But also your brake is probably over here.
Have something here.
Makes it very difficult. I wouldn't assume this is the cable with a brake over there.
FZ again. Can we open it? Oh, okay, nice. This is only a board view, but
The schematics.
don't have a schematic. What can we? Okay, it's enough for now. Because I need to know. I need to know what is going on here.
Because 3 volts and 5 volts are there, right?
Yeah, so first what I checked, do I have a short on B plus lane, so there was everything okay. So then I checked 3V3 S5 and 5 volts S5, So if I have those lines, probably the KBC works fine, because the KBC has to make a signal, enable signal for those lines. Now I have to find this guy here. Oh,
Please familiarize me with where it goes.
Sorry. So it's right here. See, like right there with like kind of.
this is it, where the coil is.
I had like some pieces of other guys still stuck. Still on it, so I'm not sure.
What level of soldering screen do you have?
I tried doing it myself. I brought like.
It looks a little bit different. How can I flip the board?
The tip was not my fault. That's my boyfriend. But I tried to tin it. I tried to tin it, but I couldn't get it to really fix.
Well, the first problem you have is the pads are hooked up.
Yeah.
You have to run jumpers who make.
Oh.
That's good. That's good. Once I get my desk back from here.
Okay, no problem. I'll just I also want to ask.
So we don't need actually schematic for it, because look at this. Here you have numbers on some components, yeah. So here is PJP something. Here you have PJP 80 through 82. So we have to find it. This is it. And here is one. This guy PU 800.
Why'd you go right there on the board? Like,
Why here? Because this line was jumping. So
no power.
let's check. Maybe there is a short. I didn't check it before. It's 180. I think it's for PCH. It should be fine. If it's where it's going to. Okay. Yeah, this is a PCH line. I wish to know how high the resistance should be there.
I just wanted to see if I could fix it.
Yes, I know I got kind of flexible.
Seems to be fine, but I'm not sure.
No, I just want to plug this in. I just want to find a plug so I can. This is technique.
Okay.
It's really disgusting. Put a tip in there.
Yeah.
One second. Myself some lunch.
Do you have a maybe RAM from it?
Yeah, how bad is this? Hello, how far? Which one? Okay, yeah. Okay, I'll see you soon. There's a cookie here for you. There's a cookie here for you. Yeah.
Same thing.
Does that work? Oh god. Okay, let's see which one first. So I need to find a plug to put the sign.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, good luck with that. And I also need to put the button order my lunch.
Mm.
Look,
We need a power strip.
why is there a key?
Because we have a cat here every once in a while.
Why does it stay in my room? Why does it go in your space? I think the cat should live in your space, your desk.
Bring him here. You keep telling me you're gonna bring Oreo back.
This desk we haven't really finished setting up yet. So how do you turn this thing on?
It should be already on.
Looking for like
Let's
physical
see.
signs?
Yeah.
I got so
Maybe this is something
I have this one.
related with it.
It's the exact same one we have.
Okay.
How long does this take? While. Really? Yeah.
Sorry.
I got spoiled on mine. 400.
Other victims.
Oh yeah. And how many? Kevin, 4?
Wait, you look.
Oh, and I signed it up in the front. Oh, yeah. Okay, I hit the on button. It is on.
Yeah, I was like,
Oh,
it
it
should
works
take
so
it off.
much better when you switch on. That's not high.
I'm sorry.
Everybody starts off with one of these irons. This has a decent tip on it.
Hmm.
Well, we have the break for it, something like that, with no adjusting.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I was watching a guy talk about that. I'm like, oh, that's so
Huh? No, I got it. I did it. I got vaccinated. We also have the anti-COVID machine over here.
I didn't even know there was a thing.
I wish to have a schematic for it. And I have only a board view. Let's see what is that file.
So once you're done with this, then it just looks like this. That's how do you get this is conical? Conical tips are horrible. What do you think of conical tips? They don't touch anything. Yeah, conical tips. There's no round. By conical I mean the round. There's no flat.
Nice. Okay. So
Oh yeah, the tip tips sleeps. None of these are ideal. What you really want is something like this. This little one here, only smaller.
Alright.
These tips are really cheap, and you can get like a 25 pack of all kinds of different shapes. In Microsoft.
mm,
How much of a miserable waste of time board is this? On a scale of 1
but the worst part is I want to fix that now.
Seriously?
And you know how it is with me. So
Do you have any of the stuff at your desk that you could use to work with him? Because I have to work with. I have to.
it, yeah, of course.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I'm not well organized, Chris. I apologize.
At this station. Which one? Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for putting up with me, Chris. Also, there's something I want to tell you at the end of the day. It's good. It's actually good, not like this fake good news I gave you. I have something good to tell you at the end of the day. It's good news, though. It's actual good, not like fake good. I hope stream doesn't fucking spoil it for him. Don't spoil it for him because I forgot to mute during my phone call with Payroll. All right, let's see that PlayStation controller. Oh.
I put them together the best I could.
Awesome.
But it's my first time, so.
Oh, I have another one. You're welcome to come by to any of the other ones.
Sure, yeah, whenever they are, I'll be here.
Thank you so much for coming by. I appreciate it. Okay. Okay, that was turning into a rabbit hole, so I had Chris take that over to his desk so that because I kind of want my desk back, and admittedly I kind of gave him a clusterfuck. So, what do you have? What's wrong with it? Okay, have a seat there. I'm gonna start with her, and then I'll get to you in a moment. Have a seat. Yeah.
I've got two boards. You can't buy replacement connectors, so I've got a board that's a messed up Microsoft refurb, and one that's perfectly fine, but somebody had broke the connector off there.
Okay, so this is a battery. This is a PlayStation thingy over here, right?
Yeah.
I'm not a gamer, so I'm clueless. And this is a memory chip battery.
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 This is the little. I don't know what you call that, but the battery port. So you could technically pull it off.
Mind if I look along?
Yeah, go for it. So this is. Let me just get Chris's stuff off the screen. What is all this shit?
YouTube shop.
No, it's he was logged into some Polish place where you can get schematics. Okay. Oh, awesome. He was on Elvicom. Okay, so this is what we have going on over here.
I don't know if you could get that piece off. Can you get that off?
Well, first thing, okay, those are pads. So that is... Which board was I looking at with that?
The connector broke off.
Yeah.
Which-
I don't know if I could fix it.
Oh, here we go. Okay, I found it. Just move this out the way. So that one here. So you said that the problem was that the solder wasn't sticking with that, and that's because the thing that the solder sticks to is gone.
Wait, I think it's sorry.
No worries.
It's right here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's that one.
Yeah.
So that was this.
Yeah, right up. Yeah, right there.
Oh, ouch. Okay.
The LED thing, I was putting it on. It was so badly.
So the first thing we do is we disconnect the battery from this so that while I'm soldering it, I don't short the tabs and blow myself up. Because that's the type of thing that I would forget and do. Second, can you turn that fume extractor on for me, please? You can just kick it. Yeah, just kick the on button. You got good kicking boots and use your fingers anyway. All right.
I think you got lucky because all the pads are still there, and they're really big pads.
Well, although those pads are gone. Like I'm not putting those pads back on the board. We're gonna have to run jumpers.
So the pads are all there, they're massive traces.
Oh yeah, this you mean?
1, 2, 3. Like,
Yeah,
that's a lot to work with.
It's not a MacBook, that's for sure.
Actually, there's only 2 electrical points of contact, because 3 of them are the same ground. 3 of them are ground, and 1's the voltage. So you only really need to connect 2 of them. The other 2 grounds are just for support. So it's 1 ground, 1 voltage.
I'm just looking at stuff.
He's doing better than I am because I haven't had lunch yet, so his brain is on. I literally just got started here. I haven't even looked at it in the mic. I like the way your brain works, which is that it works. And no JP, no 1998 Sony Walkman repair. Although I did say yes to somebody wanted to bring in a Zenith television from 1965. I said that Paul said yes. Okay, so first...
Is that flux?
Always flux.
Oh, wow.
Lots of
Yeah,
flux.
I know it's a-
Right? Okay.
But if just for your own sake you want to take a shortcut, you could probably just cut the cables from the battery and solder the battery directly onto the board. Just wouldn't be there to replace the battery.
Oh, God.
For-
See, I don't even...
That would be old. Yeah, that's the Apple way of doing it. Like, that's the ultimate unremovable battery. Solder the battery to the board.
It's a question of how long you expect it to live and how many times you think you're replacing the battery. Right?
You sound like you work for Apple. I want to see your work ID.
I work for a company, but I don't work for
All right,
No,
let's
no,
see.
I hate Apple. It's all good.
Okay, what do we...
I wouldn't do that to any customer's device. I would do it to my own if I thought I was only going to use it for about a year and a half. Because if I want to replace it again, I can solid it. I'm not going to give it to anyone else.
Are the flux pens even good? 'Cause I think I've tried putting it on the pen and
I've never had luck with the Flux pen. Okay. I gotta get... First thing I'm doing is I'm removing these dead pads so that I can expose the leads again, which I'm gonna...
Those are all things.
Yeah.
I didn't even know there was
Oh yeah, the left are normal tweezers and the right are hot tweezers. Okay, so now... This is gonna be fun. Now, as he said, there's only 2 of these. Hey, get you little.
You know, the first iPhone had an algorithm battery. Technically, they all. The first one had a solid battery.
See, only 2 of these actually matter. You have ground. You have ground that matters, and you have power that matters. And we have both traces over here. Yeah, you can't see that because... Okay, there we go. So we have... As he said, see this big fat trace? I could run a nice little wire from this to this, and see this over here, that exposed section, that's going to get soldered to this. Now the hardest part of this is going to be getting this to sit flat on the board again,
yeah, that's my hardest part.
and gluing it there so it's actually usable as a connector. And that's where we bring in our second guest, Paul. Paul's not aware that he's going to be making a return here, but oh, he is. So, one moment. Hello.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Olga.
What he did, Louis?
Why are you sniffling?
Because he made me like he talked on me.
What?
Nothing.
You look guiltier than David, sir.
Oh, I know, right? Guiltier than David on that,
I don't, there's something wrong with the software of it.
Would you like to talk to Tim?
What's up?
What?
Oh,
We either get them from the originals from not Mobile Centrics, ProTech Restore, or we get what was the brand that we were getting? The good brand. What's the good brand PC? The SSDs.
Transcend? What do you mean?
Transcend. That's it.
For the A1502s?
Yeah.
Yeah, they just run a little warmer.
Yeah.
No, nothing.
They did something.
Olga, I need you to help me get him in trouble.
Yeah.
I need you to help me get him in trouble. What do you do?
Yes.
What do you do?
Yes.
He needs your help in the workshop in the back. This is actually a fun way to troll people.
What?
Have her walk in and
Just hang up, Tim.
Also, Tim, I need you to hang up because and watch the stream, Tim, because Paul's about to do something amazing.
What? No.
Paul, how are you?
I don't like the sound of that.
Paul, friend,
I don't like the sound of that.
come here. I have something for you.
Solder onto the bottom edge here.
No, you could either run that trace under it or
Oh, okay. Because yeah, the entire thing above is the same pad. Right?
yeah.
Actually, everything around is one pad. The left one that's missing is the same pad.
What connects to this?
Battery.
The battery plugs into
Yeah, do you have to hot glue that or?
Yeah.
Do we have hot glue?
Yes.
No, but you have to solder it first. You don't have anchor pads, so there's no way to anchor it. So soldering it is not the hard part. It's the making it stick afterwards.
The anchor pads be replaced with super glue or super glue is no good?
See, I'm learning.
You could, but hot glue is going to be the practical thing here.
Hot glue doesn't come
I mean,
out
like,
all the time?
it's not a. It's
It's a battery connector.
if it was a 2011 MacBook Pro, I'd say yes. But it's a battery connector. But you're not going to be able to hot glue the pad on and then solder to the pad because then when you're doing the soldering, you're going to have.
Of course, I just meant like on the left and right, instead of soldering it all, could you just take the metal ground pads, quote unquote, from the connector, just super glue them onto the board, and then solder the two that actually matter. I mean,
Oh, you mean just hot glue it first and then solder the thing on?
hot glue the left and right.
JP says, "Happy birthday, Marine Corps." $2.
Simplify.
I should have brought a crayon in.
Eat a crayon on the Marine Corps birthday.
Let's see your board.
My board?
I have a station free here now.
Should I get up or?
No, sit here. This is your seat. This is his seat. I stand. I don't get to sit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is the audio also recorded, or you just stream the video?
Oh, this streams. Yeah, they could hear me.
Oh, cool. Do you ever watch videos from Alex at Northridge Fix?
Rarely.
Okay. So, I mostly follow yours, but I saw one he did about a Nintendo Switch FPC connector. And he was using this pretty interesting technique where he was heating the underside of the board to not fry the connectors.
Oh, you mean he was heating it from the underneath
He had
and
the board like here, he was heating from the underside, and he was removing connectors. What do you think about that? Like, I mean, it has to get the entire board.
it works. It's just it heats the whole thing. I use that when I'm taking a connector off of a donor.
Yeah.
I don't use it on the good one.
Yeah, I figured. So here's the deal. These are Surface Book 2's 15-inch. Kind of like the absolute MacBook Pro of Microsoft Surfaces.
Falil Ismail, you work for Apple, and no, bad, very very bad. He's like, why don't you solder the battery to the board?
No. Not even gonna entertain it.
So let's see.
Here's what it is. This one technically works, but this is a Microsoft refurb. It's an absolutely terrible refurb job. I'm using it as a donor board, even though it works.
What made it a terrible refurb?
Take a look at it. This is me not doing anything to it. This is me just removing the shields delicately. I didn't rip this off. This came off. I think they reballed the RAM, but not properly. I think they might have redone the CPU. And this is their equivalent of an SMC. It's missing half the pads on the left edge. This one came from a machine that was labeled Microsoft refurbished. I got it from someone who got it from Microsoft.
Show me the missing.
It's a QFN. It's missing like all but 3 of the balls on this edge. I'm not kidding. This is Microsoft.
This
And
does look like.
this is Microsoft. And this works, except if I push physically on the screen, it blue screens.
This looks like a piece of
This
shit.
is garbage. Now, this is a regular board for comparison. This is not refurbished. I'm gonna
It's pretty.
borrow a hex screwdriver if you have.
You have there's a little iFixit-kit over there.
Oh, cool. Turn it.
So which connector is the one you need replaced?
This one. It's the entire top edge broke off, but no pads are missing. And you can't get these anywhere else.
Yeah, so
I
you're
figured
gonna
out,
heat the
reheat
bottom of the board.
Remove it. The thing is, I've never successfully replaced one of these in my life.
No.
I've been doing, big mods for like screen, battery, etc. for more repairs.
I think okay. So you should take one off of a donor first, then. So.
You mean like some other MacBook donor?
I mean, yeah. Before you harvest the connector on yours, I want you to harvest the connector on this, and also a smaller one. So try harvesting this connector first. Just see if you could take it off, and then see if you are able to resolder it back on, and then we move on to your actually potentially working surface. This is you can destroy this. This is junk.
Okay, I appreciate that.
So when running this, the fume extractor is in the bottom right, so you don't inhale a bunch of crap.
I turn it on.
Yeah, and even if you miss, like, even if it isn't closer at some point, this thing will filter it out of the room. But still, it's best to not breathe that shit in.
Do you sell fume extractors?
Huh?
Do you sell fume extractors?
No, I cry every time I cry every time I buy one of these. To be honest with you,
How much are they?
it's like it was $600 or $700 when it came out.
Is there anything like good but more affordable?
I've tried, and most of them suck horribly.
Was that more than 700?
Well, yeah, that's not the same because you've already inhaled it by the time it makes
Oh, wait,
this.
that's true.
This is about, I think this is $600 or $700.
Okay.
This is my COVID placebo machine.
The hardest part with this is that the wire is going to spray off.
Okay, I'm gonna do this later.
So how often have you used hot air before?
Put some solder on
I use an 8 stripper.
Okay, so
I
you
have
have
3 bulb microcontrollers and replaced them with a 8 stripper. But I only just started after seeing your videos about 2 years ago.
So this has a little button over. Once you turn it on, there's a little button over here. There's a hall sensor in here, so it's automatically going to know when you put it back in there. So turn it on and try it out.
Where's the button?
Oh, up there.
Oh, okay.
Inconvenient.
That's the button?
Yeah, but first you have to turn the station on.
Okay. It has like temperature settings?
Yeah, check it out.
I cleaned that, but it didn't stay on, so I tried to put more solder on, and then it just didn't stay.
You fixed cold solder that had nothing to do with the battery connector?
I was just asking a question.
No, I was looking at that because it said it was bothering the audience, and before you actually read the chat to see it was bothering the audience, it was bothering you.
Yeah.
He notices everything.
That was bothering
Paul notices everything.
These. Look at how bad that.
Yeah, that's what they always fall off.
Oh my God, that's horrible. What I like to do is I always like to have just a teeny tiny bit of the rubber inside of the solder joint or the teeny tiny bit of the sleeve, so that when you pull on it, you're not necessarily pulling on the solder joint and bending it back and forth, but you're directly pulling on the on the sleeving.
I open my controllers to like add the mods and stuff. These sometimes fall off, so I'm like, oh my God.
You can modify controllers. Is this for? I haven't done this since like the late '90s. Is this so that you can cheat? Like, 'cause I used to be able to. No, I used to be able to. Like, I used to fuck up my controller so that I could do. I'd hit one button instead of having it right down, right punch. It would just you hit something and it, like the Mad Catz controller, so that I could go Hadouken with one button because I sucked.
No, these are like trigger stops to make it so you don't have to press as hard on the controller.
Give that man a mic. Yeah, at some point in time, Hi will figure out how to do multiple streams with multiple soundtracks. Yeah, so you'll be able to choose which one you want to see once this gets like, super highly professional. And
You don't have any thick jumper wire here, do you?
I have only thin. I apologize. How thick? 1C or 2C?
I don't want to burn your desk. Is there any
Oh, you move it out.
Well, but then it's not under a microscope. I guess I can move it around.
You don't need a microscope for that.
Oh, I mean,
Well, to place it, you need a microscope.
Yeah,
to take it to rip it off.
fair enough.
So you want this to
Now
be
I
as
need
close
the
as
top.
possible. So have
What does
this
the button do again?
turns it on. See the temperature?
Wait, what? But I didn't press the button here at all. I pressed that button. I didn't press this button.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. I didn't touch this button.
Atten, is he lying to you?
I didn't touch this button.
Do I trust the man in a dress suit, or do I trust the cheap Chinese piece of shit station? I trust the cheap Chinese piece of shit station.
Press it
All right.
one more time now. Now it's turning off.
So yeah, so
Oh, now it's turning back on.
when you put it in here, it'll turn off, and then when you take it off, it'll turn on.
I don't know. Okay, I didn't touch that. That is weird.
Wait, let's see, watch.
How
In
high
here?
should it go? It went up to about 400 and now you...
I put it all the way up to the max temperature.
What's that?
Take it. 480.
480.
It actually is like 520 or something. These are calibrated like shit.
Okay.
So-
What do you use your soldering iron at, like on average? What range?
For MacBooks, literally the highest thing. For anything else, I lower it, but I only work on MacBooks, so I always have it turned all the way up because these boards have...
800.
840 for that and 480 to 500 Celsius on this.
I was wondering how I was overdoing it because I kept mine around like...
So grab this,
700, 800.
grab your
I
flux,
thought I was frying everything.
put your flux on there, and you're going to have your tweezers in your hand so that you can kind of tap it from time to time. And also make sure that you don't have your pants... Push harder.
Yeah, no,
You're being gentle with it. Use as much flux as possible. You can use the whole tube on that.
I know.
I'm just a piece of wire that I'm going to run over to the connector.
Please get Paul a better mic. Paul doesn't have a mic, that's the problem. All right, we'll switch over because they're more interested in you than me. Which I don't blame. You're the talented one. But I'll be right outside if you can't find me. One moment. This is a microphone for Paul. This is my food out there.
Hi, everybody. As anybody that's usually normal on the channel, you're well aware that I'm terrible at reading chat, so I will not see your chats over there. I'm just in the work. Yeah, we got a PlayStation 4 controller here that has the battery ripped off of it, battery connector. And I'm not even on screen, there you go. So first we scratched off some solder mask to be able to make a pad, a structural pad for here. This is not electrical, this doesn't actually connect to anything electrical. This is just a structural pad to make sure it stays in place. This one's too far away from everything, I couldn't connect it. Then this is the positive, I believe, and then this is, yeah, that's the positive, and then this is the negative. So we just ran a little jumper wire. I'm gonna get a good solder joint on that negative to this jumper wire. Once I tin the jumper wire. This is enameled magnet wire. So it's got a semi-clear enamel coating on it. I forget what size I'm using here. It's the biggest one we have in the shop. But it is a pain in the ass to get the enamel off on this larger one. Yeah, the solder mask is actually really durable. For anything well made anyway, the solder mask is usually really durable. I'll just shape this in here. Get a nice blob of solder on that. And I need more solder on my tip. Use wire strippers. Screaming, all caps in chat, use wire strippers, dude. Okay, let's go that route. Use wire strippers, dude. You're yelling at me. Use wire strippers. So here are some flush cutters. You can see in the chat here, in the other window. Here are some flush cutters. This is something that you would use to cut or strip wire with. So let's see how big that is compared to our wire. How can I strip this wire with wire strippers? It is enameled magnet wire that is a little bit thicker than a human hair. You can use an X-Acto too. You could scrape away at it with an X-Acto. Wire strippers. Let me see. Let me see if I got some wire strippers. Where's your wire strippers? Hey Lewis, where's your stripper crimpers? Your stripper crimpers.
You're not using a normal wire cutter?
No, where's your regular strippers, your wire strippers?
Oh, in my bag. In that big bike bag. That is seriously yeah, hiding. Somewhere in my tool bag. It's in one of the pockets.
There we go. Here's some wire strippers. So we got some Klein Tools wire strippers. Use some wire strippers, dude. So here's some wire strippers. So let me get this in focus. So the smallest here was at 24 maybe, I guess. No, that's 22. So that's 22, this is 20. So yeah, let's use some wire strippers. I'm using the wire strippers. Here you go. In the hole, wire strippers. I'm stripping the wire with the wire strippers. Maybe cutters? No. Wire strippers there. Okay. Nope, that's not going to work. So no, obviously you don't use wire strippers for enamel wire. You can use an X-Acto, you can use your tweezers. This is the large wire that I just used here. This is the jumper wire that we usually use on MacBook Logic boards. You can see the size difference between them. And let's see. This is one of my beard hair. So yeah, all of these are about... The one we usually use on MacBook is smaller than my beard hair. The one that I just used just now is a little bit bigger than my beard hair. I got plenty of them. So let me plug in the glue gun. Real men strip wires with teeth. Yeah. As still, you're not stripping this with your teeth. The magnet wire, you're not stripping with your teeth. But yeah, anything like, I guess, 24 gauge and below, I strip with my teeth.
But probably get better strippers.
Better strippers.
$4.99.
Oh, so that's why I can't use those strippers, because I just need better ones. Okay. Somebody was yelling at me in chat when I was cleaning off the enamel wire that I should just use strippers, dude. That's why I wanted to use some strippers.
Oh, God. Yeah, they have no concept of size.
No. No. Anybody got a coin? You got a coin? Got a penny? This is what I like to use for... Can't drop a dime? You have a penny on you? This is what I like to use for size comparison. Here's a penny. Everybody knows a penny. Everybody can relate to a penny. Even if you're overseas, you can pretty much relate to one of our pennies. So there's a penny, and here is my enamel wire that I just ran. So yeah, I could fit like 1, 2, 3, maybe 3.5 of these wires will fit right inside one of the zeros on the 2009. Smaller than his eye shooting a laser of wire. Yeah, if you've never sat here and looked through a microscope, it's hard to gauge the size relationships of what we use here. When we're working with this smaller wire, the wire that we use all the time, it's so small that gravity doesn't work anymore. This stuff likes to just stick to things and go in ways that you don't expect it to. It's really annoying. Do I want a cup of tea? Yes, Earl Grey, hot, please. Thin as a nail? No, it's thinner than my nail. This stuff is definitely thinner than my fingernails. By a good margin. And that's all you need to jump something to carry a signal on a board. Not voltage to power something, then you need the thicker wire, but that thin wire is good for signals. So now we got this on here, so now we got to clean up, use some Q-tips, and this alcohol bottle is broken, no, empty, okay. One moment, please.
I swear I watched it.
Okay, fresh rubbing alcohol. Okay, we're going to take a Q-tip with some 99% rubbing alcohol and clean off all this burnt up flux. Hot glue doesn't like to stick to flux. Make sure it's all nice and clean. Always. You don't have to if you're not going to do anything else with it. If it's like, I wouldn't have to go this far into it if we were able to solder everything on. But since I have to glue it, the hot glue is not going to stick to the flux. Like the other connection that I did over here, you don't need to clean that because nothing else is ever going to touch it. It's okay if you just leave flux on there. This flux specifically, you have to be careful about which flux you use. This is Amtech NC559V2TF. The NC in this means no clean. You don't have to clean it off. It's not going to corrode the board. There's a lot of fluxes out there that are corrosive, that they're made from pine sap. No clean flux. This is good too.
I got that from Amazon.
I can't read it. It's underneath the thing. Oh, Chemtronics. That's good stuff too. It's Chemtronics.
Okay, thank you.
And then, but the pen just doesn't work the same way as a giant blob.
Yeah, that.
Where to get the gloves?
Store.rossmanngroup.com,
Okay.
where you can buy flux, chips.
That's hot glue.
That is hot glue heating up.
Have you ever burned yourself with hot glue?
Yes.
Yes.
It hurts.
Anel didn't believe that it would work. I just dripped a drop right on his forearm last week. And he sat there for a little bit looking at it, and then he yelled ow and ripped it off, and it took a bunch of skin with it too.
So then, did he say ow again?
He said ow for like 5 minutes.
Why would he ask you to do that?
Because he's never done it before.
Why would he ask you to burn?
He didn't know it would burn like that.
So wait, let me get this straight. He asked you to pour boiling hot glue on him.
Not really asked. I like motioned like I was going to, and he's like, yeah, go ahead.
Wow.
So I was wondering, I see you use mostly isopropanol alcohol to get rid of flux. I myself use flux off. Is that way better? How much is flux off? Flux off from like Chemtronics or something like that. Flux off is a specific brand of flux remover. Like MG Chemicals, Chemtronics, they all have different flux removers. They're all expensive. A quart of flux remover is like probably $12 or something like that for a quart. This 99% rubbing alcohol does just a fine job. You don't need flux remover. It doesn't leave any residues or anything like that. I think some flux removers will actually leave a residue that that will help protect the board. It's an anti-corrosion residue, which that's good, but I don't really need that. So regular 99% isopropanol alcohol is cheap. Not 99%. You have to order the 99%.
But on Rossmann, you get it, right?
No. We buy from a wholesaler, I think they're in Florida. Really good. Yeah, RJ Chemical. They sell on eBay and Amazon and everything. They're a good company. But anybody, there's a couple companies that sell on Amazon that are good. But yeah, that's also good for getting water out of things, because isopropanol alcohol absorbs water and transports it away.
Well, so you're not cooking that whole thing.
Yes, we have no structural support anymore, and this is a human interface item, so we want to make sure that it's good and strong on here now.
Wow. I need to start hot gluing all my controllers.
Anything that interfaces with people, you want to be very robust.
Probably not. It's like, for
So what I like to do is I'll put the hot glue on there, and then I'm going to take the hot air, and I'm going to heat the board around it a little bit.
So, what happens if you want to take the hot glue off?
Hot glue just peels off pretty easily. You can put a little bit of rubbing alcohol on it, and then start peeling from underneath it, and the rubbing alcohol will get underneath it and just separate it.
Okay.
So now I heated the board around it a little bit, so now it will adhere to the board a little bit better. Have you tried Chip Quick Flux or MG Chemicals Flux? How does it compare with Amtech? Chip Quick is a little too thin sometimes for me. MG Chemicals I never used before. Me, myself, the only thing I've ever used is either the Pine Rosin Radio Shack stuff or the Amtech stuff. That's the only stuff I've ever used. So there we go. Now it's encased in some nice nice hot glue. So hopefully it won't come off again once it cools down. The one with the red wire? Yeah, the only thing you have to worry about with this is that hopefully there's no plastic studs or anything like that when you put the controller back together it's going to line up with, and the hot glue is going to get in the way of it. But hot glue is really malleable. When you're done, you could just cut it away with a razor blade. Oh no.
Oh yeah, it's right there.
Just be careful with it until it completely cools. So what's wrong with this one?
Hold on, I gotta find the other part. So, actually, you might still need it as a reference. So this piece like pushes into here like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's the same like red black wire. So or I can do it. I think it's the other.
What's on top? Okay, black on one side, red on the other. Of course, they got to be confusing.
I think it's that.
Okay, so both of these wires are off.
Yes, I wasn't sure if I have to strip the wires or if I could just put solder on it and kind of work that.
I would strip some of the wires off on these, because you don't want to melt that much of it into your connection. You don't want this to melt into the solder.
So something small like that would want to use just regular wires.
Either the side cutters like this, yeah, tweezers, side cutters, even your fingernails can strip something like this. This stuff's jacketing is really weak. It's just hard to find a balance between stripping the wire and cutting the wire.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
You don't want to bend it back and forth too much because then it'll just stress fracture. But you don't have to worry about bending it that much.
Okay. See, I was trying to do something like this, but when I had bought. Put it on. It was coming off. But
You need much smaller than that. The solder that we have at this desk here is even too big. That's the solder we're using here. And then take a look at the solder that's on the student station over there. This is the ideal for most of this stuff.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. So what was this is for? Like,
That's for doing like the large battery connections that are on his bicycle or something like that. Not logic board work.
and then I bought this solder wire.
That's you're not. I don't think you're going to use that very often. That's if you need to take something off that removes all of the solder from a pad. The stuff that you're doing, you're rarely going to need that, but it is good to have for when you do need it.
Okay. Yes, I overbought stuff, but I didn't know. But now I do. So. Oh my god, it's so simple. I'm struggling at home. Oh my god.
Oh, to clean them off?
Well, to clean it off, because I thought you had to remove the solder that was there and then the solder.
Oh no. You almost never have to do that unless you're working with something that's contaminated because of liquid damage or something like that. You just add a little bit of new solder and then everything will come off nice and quick and easy.
And then I was having a hard time like holding the wire and
That's a pain in the ass with this. You need to get yourself one of those helping hands with the little alligator clips or something like that to help you hold the board.
And I was like, I don't want to burn myself.
So now the first thing was strip the wires, but now we have to tin these wires. So we're going to take some solder and just touch the iron with some fresh solder at the same time. You want to get solder on the wire before you try to put it onto the pad.
Okay.
And then which way did this go? Unfortunately, when you look at this board, usually you can decode things by looking at the board. And if we look at the two pads, and you see that both of them are isolated. If I get rid of some of this flux around here. Let me get a Q-tip. So both of the pads are isolated. All around this, the lighter green, this is all ground. This is all the ground pad that goes through the whole thing. So this is some kind of signal trace or power trace, and this all around here is ground. So this is a grounded point because it has the little things that go into it. So that means this is ground for something electrical, this is ground for something electrical. But this is separated. So these motors, even though they have a black and red, that's polarity of the motor, it doesn't go to ground. They're both going to some MOSFET or some computer control. So usually you can decode it by saying, oh look, this one's connected to ground, and then the black one's always going to go there. But we can't do that on this, so you need to have one to look at, or Google an image of the logic board, and then you can see where they went to. So what we're doing here is red on top on this side. So we'll grab the red wire. We want to put a little bit of flux, since I cleaned it all off. Is it red or is it just positive? Is that
I think it's probably positive.
That's the kanji for positive?
Because the kanji for red is different.
Well, yeah, red is positive, positive is red. So if that's the kanji for positive, or plus, or supply, maybe. I don't know the hiragana, katakana. I have no idea. So then, wait for my iron to heat up. So we have a little bit of flux on here. We have a tinned wire, a tinned pad. You just tap. Done. I can still see the wire through it. I don't like that. Obviously, Sony doesn't care, but I don't like that. So I'm going to add a little bit more solder to my tip. and done.
I'm just like taking the wire and putting it on the.
Bend the wire a little bit so it's facing it. There we go. And there you go. Well, you didn't see that.
Okay, so you strip the wire and you put a little bit of spiral in.
Buy wire strippers from Nipex. There are, I don't know if anybody's allowed to post a link in chat or anything, because there is no way you're going to find wire strippers that are going to strip down to 38 gauge, 44 gauge wire. You're not going to find it. They don't exist. There's not going to be a 38 gauge hole in a pair of wire strippers.
Oh my God, we're still on the wires?
Yes, we're still on the wire strippers. You need to go through size relationships again. That this is tiny. These tweezers go down to needle points. That's how big this wire is. You can't tell the relationships because we're working in a microscope. And depending on the wire you're working with, sometimes you want to strip a lot less. I noticed in when we did the other side over here that this jacketing on this wire likes to shrink away from heat. So all you need is just a tiny little bit stripped off, and it will get longer when you tin it, because the plastic will shrink away from the heat. So I'm stripping this one a lot shorter than the last ones. Nope. That's years of being an auto mechanic. I used to wash my hands with brake clean fluid or carburetor cleaner.
Sometimes I'll just put hand sanitizer on my hands and just fill up the pellets that way. Hi, so it is.
They do make 44 gauge strippers, but you would be nuts to pay 150 for them. I'm going to look that up. I've never seen, that's probably why I've never seen a pair of 44 gauge wire strippers, because who's going to pay $150 for 44 gauge wire strippers? And are they single gauge wire strippers too? Because I do have a set of like COM wire strippers to strip old POTS telecom wire, and they are just like a gauge block that you slide the wire into, and it strips, it cuts it off and strips into it, but it's only for one size wire. It's one size and that's it. You can't strip any other size with it. Maybe two. It'll span, but.
It's all right at first.
Okay, that's tinned.
So you took them at the same time.
And this was reverse of the other one. So we are doing the red on the bottom. And the black on the top. Anybody know what that symbol is?
That's just That's black. The guy said it in the chat.
That's just black?
I'm not sure if it's just black.
Because it should be ground, I would think. It almost looks like ground because of the radiating spikes going into the ground. So there's some common sense to some of the symbols like that a lot of times.
I'm gonna look it up on my computer. I'm not sure it just means black. I think it's like one of the colonial needs probably is black, but it's probably. Oh,
Yeah, somebody said just
keto.
black.
Yeah, keto.
That's
yeah.
interesting.
Yes, it's black.
That's cool.
You want airflow?
Yeah, hopefully I'm going to be out of here soon, but yeah. Fixed.
What did you bring, Eric?
So there you go. Reattached.
So I can just heat it up or get flux of it?
Did I? Yeah, there was some flux on it.
Okay.
You always use a little bit of flux when you're working with the stuff.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Oh, and your cap.
Thank you. I was trying so hard.
You should like take one that's completely destroyed and just practice with it.
That's what I was doing, but now I know, I need to get smaller little wires so that I can...
Oh, that's going to be an immense help for you to get a smaller solder wire than what you bought. Oh, the TS100 soldering iron. Yeah, that'll be much better than the thing that you got.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Let's see. Hey, Erica. That sucks. Now, here's a few feet of solder to get you started.
Oh, thank you so much.
I think somebody just opened it from the middle rather than finding the end.
Yeah. This length
That's lead-free.
I'm not sure. I didn't want
Yeah, our ROHS means it's going to be lead-free. So this is some kind of, if it was cheap, then it's some kind of tin copper or something like that. If it was expensive, then it's going to be tin silver.
So should I even use it or?
We don't use it that often. You're only fixing things, so you don't have to worry about complying with ROHS. Only manufacturers are really held to that.
Okay.
And it's not even, it doesn't even really apply to the United States anyway. That's a European Union thing.
Okay.
It's good to do anyway. We need less lead in the environment, but
And less lead on me.
always use safety stuff. Wash your hands after handling the lead and everything. Never eat before you wash your hands or something. Keep control of it. Never eat on your station unless you cleaned it all. You don't want to be ingesting lead.
Yeah. But you just soap and water is good enough for lead, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it doesn't stick around easily.
Yeah, I know about like where it's graphic design, so like they was sometimes when I was in school we worked with the lineup the print I forgot it's called. The type to make type
Typesetting?
typesetting, yeah.
You actually did typesetting? Wow.
Yeah. Well they still had it but they were just trying to get rid of it, you know. So one of our teachers was like, okay, let's
Because I did graphic design too, and everybody always makes fun of me that I still use Quark Express. That's the old program I learned in graphic design was Quark Express, and it's perfect.
Hey, I think once you get a program that works for you.
Yeah, everybody wants to use InDesign now, but InDesign is it's infinitely more powerful, but it's also infinitely more complex than Quark Express. Quark Express is just simple and easy, just to lay out something.
I know
Oh yeah, their upgrades suck.
Yeah.
I hate getting an upgrade and just buttons are different places, menu items are different
Yeah,
places.
the RGB is not the same. Like now, I'm like, oh my god, I just.
Your
want
color
that.
picker's all
Yeah.
different now. Oh
It's
jeez.
so annoying. Like now it's. So excited. I'm like about to install plugins and bring it back and stuff. Thank you so much. For
You're welcome.
Uh,
We don't have a PlayStation 4 here,
I can
unfortunately.
Put it together and see if it works.
See if it turns on at least.
Yeah, that's true. I thought I would just get out you guys to
Just be careful with the battery one, with that connector from now on.
This I can do.
By the way, Adobe is shutting down CS5 and below licensed servers. They already did that for, because I back in the day, I bought CS2. I still own a copy of CS2, and they did that about maybe 5-6 years ago, where they shut down the back end license servers of CS2, and they issued all of us serial numbers that would not check for license anymore. So I could still install all of my CS2 programs and use the serial numbers that they gave me now, and it doesn't ever look for the server anymore. It was some kind of server disable.
Why not just put a firewall and just call it a day?
I don't know. I still like CS2. I've used CC and everything, and I do love some of the powerful stuff of it. And I have the new Nikon D850, so it's hard working with my raw files in CS2. But once I convert them, it works.
I thought they were just giving it away to anybody, to anybody.
That's what it basically went down to, is that you can find an install of CS2, and anybody can get these serial numbers now, and you can install CS2 for free.
CS6, because at this point,
I wanted to buy CS6. Unfortunately, I wanted to buy it just a little bit too late to where it wasn't available on Adobe anymore, and everybody on eBay was going nuts with their pricing.
yeah.
I said, fuck that. I'm not buying some old-ass software for $700.
And the thing is like they were gonna, at the time in college, they were trying to be like, oh, if you get enough people to put towards getting CS, they would give it to us at a good price, the whole suite. And we actually got a bunch of people saying, yeah, I'll pay for it. And then they were like, nah, forget it.
I know someone who still uses Photoshop 7.
There's 7.
Photoshop 7. And when I was in school, I learned on Photoshop 5.5.
I was CS, like around CS6. I don't even remember what 7? I don't remember 7.
I think 9 was the last one before they went to the CS versions. Or maybe 9 was the first, was CS1. Because yeah, the CS versions still have a version number behind it too.
And I just remember CS6, and then okay, we're doing Adobe CC, and then I'm like, oh my god, you guys not.
Call it CS2.
CS2 still works great. Everything I needed to do.
I think it's CS4 that you can't use anymore.
All of the graphics that are on our website, I did in CS2. All of the pictures of all of our products, all of the new graphics of the sheep and the sheep logo and everything, I did all that in CS2, in Illustrator and Photoshop CS2.
That looks pretty clean. That looks polished level clean. How'd you figure out about it? How'd you hear about this?
I watch your show on YouTube all the time.
I should get back to my own desk. I have lots of stuff to do. And then drinking later, because it is the Marine Corps birthday today. If any of you know any veterans from the Marine Corps, wish them a happy birthday. This is their second birthday. The Marine Corps was founded in November 10th, 1775 in Sun Tavern, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So every Marine tonight will be drunk. Anyone that is not on duty will be at a Marine Corps ball. They will be drunk. So it's a good night.
Erica brought me something that's probably going to be cool.
Mike,
Thank you. Thank you very much, Paul, for your service. And thank you for helping. You want to take the hot glue gun or you want to let me lose it? I'd like to hide it.
here, you want
Ah! No!
put it on.
Self-preservation. One second. Huh?
Do I anchor all of it?
Yes. I mean, ideally, just do the one, like one on each corner. Yeah, like at the diagonal points first.
So I hit anchor pads first without the intervals, or hit all of them?
Say that again. Huh? Say that again.
Before I put it on, I tin the pads, right? Do I tin just the anchor pads, or I tin all of them?
Actually, this is a great question for Paul because he does this much more often.
The unfortunate thing in my situation is that
Can you just tell him how he? Can you just tell him how he tins the pads?
For where?
For the, with a connector like this? Sorry, Erica.
You're putting it back
I'm behind.
I'm practicing this because I want to actually do this on the board. Okay. I can't get it like connectors, so we're talking. I'm getting a connector on the board and possibly.
Thank you very much for coming by.
Thank you for having us.
Let me know if that works.
I will.
So I have a situation if I bring the connector, I'm not about to put it on.
I'm glad you came by. Hopefully you learned something.
I did learn something.
Erica, what do you have, you troll? What do you have, you troll? Have a good night.
Okay. Okay. So I never told him what I brought, but here it is. I have a problem and something needs repair. Nice.
Get the fuck out of here.
This little crimp over here.
Get
and
the-
I need that reinforced. See that? I mean, this is a repair workshop, so please tell me how to fix it.
You want me to fix a fucking charger cable?
Yes, but I don't have just that one. I also have this one too. This one's not doing so well. Yeah, see that? It looks not so great. So, what? I mean, people are bringing guitars and people are bringing all sorts of stuff. And I just thought this is a great opportunity for me to bring my charger cables, which you are very triggered by. Can you bring the microscope? Can you turn on the
Erica,
microscope?
you know what we are about here at this repair workshop?
Where's the microscope? Turn on the microscope. Okay. Okay, look at this, you guys. Look at that. Oh, look at that beautiful thing. I'm still using it too. And then I also have this one too, which isn't looking so great. Yeah, see that? Oh, I think I need some Subaru or something over there. So, yeah, I hope you can fix it. I
Sure.
need some
Let me
tricks or
no,
something.
sure, I got you. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna help you right here.
No, it's the most practical repair. A lot of people have it.
Yeah, well, watch. We're gonna make this.
This is right to repair after all.
I got you. We're gonna fix this.
Okay, I'm ready.
You ready?
Okay, ready.
One sec. I gotta move this. Okay.
I'm ready for this. I'm ready. No, I don't want no cheap magazines. That's a real one. That's a real charger. No, I don't want no counterfeit. I want to repair my real one. No, I don't want. I want to repair this one.
If I press on the screen, it's a Microsoft computer where they
I don't want to FC my computer.
it's personnel to send it the operator.
What? No, no, no.
10.99. Bada bing, bada boo.
No, I don't want that. No. What? What?
So I don't care about
Yeah, so I got 2 repair jobs for you. Go to that microscope. Where's the microscope one? There it is. Microscope. See this? So all the skills that you have learned over time.
I guess on the target.
I could really use help with that. And this is a common problem. I imagine
You cut it off all the way at the very end,
I
girl.
did not cut it off. It accidentally did something. You see what happened was is that the outlet is behind on the right side, so I have to have I had that on the left side, so it kind of makes like a 45-degree angle. And over time, it just didn't do so well. So I was hearing some people said Subaru, but I figured this would probably be the most practical repair because not everybody has controllers and guitars.
You cut it all the way at the end. It's literally the end.
No, I didn't cut anything out.
It's at the very end,
I don't
girl.
want to hear any excuses. I just want this thing fixed.
Fine.
What is that?
That's your fix.
What? Well, what is this? Yellow tape?
Captain tape. It's heat resistant.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, good. I have another one for you.
If this wasn't cut off at the very end, I'd actually redo it for you. I'd cut the wires at each end. I'd solder. I'd heat shrink or twist it. I'd heat shrink it for you. But this is literally at the end of the cable. So here you go, you little Coco. Here you go, girl. This is your fixed MacBook charger.
Put it closer. You're cutting it off. Oh, that's it?
This is what you get.
Why don't you have a clear one?
Because Captain tape is heat resistant, which is what you want for this application. It's better. This is high end. Nothing but the best tape for you, girl.
Do you have anything to cover it for aesthetics?
I would use heat shrink, but I don't have any. And also, how'd you bend yours?
Huh?
Bro, look at this shit. How did you smash the side of a MagSafe? Thank you very much, Mario.
Blackberry.
How do you do this? You're like look at the size of her hands, like when she's plugging in her computer. Look at this. Look at this.
Yeah.
You have the tiniest little hands I've ever seen in my life.
No, this is one of your cats. I've seen Clinton on the counter
my
and
cat.
Blackberry.
My cat
It's
did that? Really?
Yeah.
You're saying that my cat did that?
Yeah.
Oh,
Blackberry.
get out of here.
Blackberry is always next to my
Oh,
computer,
yeah,
right?
BlackBerry did it.
You know what?
Yeah, the 9.
Yeah, well, hold on a second. I want a study done to see if here. No, can I show it? I want to see a study if a cat saliva can melt this metal.
Are you fucking?
Because Blackberry is a licking kitty.
She's not a licking kitty. She's my BlackBerry.
I have a good feeling she caused that damage on my charger. Oh wow! Do you sell that on store.rossmanngroup.com?
No, but I affiliate link it and show it in my description.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow! This is the best tape in the world if it works. You know, I used to use electrical tape for this stuff.
Oh God.
What? But it didn't really work. It was kind of like a stick after a while. I don't have any heat shrink. And then I was also looking for some heat shrink stuff, but
What?
I can't get it over the head.
Yeah. No, that's the whole thing. You have to put the heat shrink on before you make the connection. So when you cut it up. Here you go. Here you go, girl. Here you are. Beautiful. Reinforced. 100%. Apple fucking authorized cable right here.
Oh, this is an Apple.
For those of you who actually care about this stuff and you want your cables to not break, buy StarTech. They're very, very expensive, but you'll only buy them once. And I'm not sure if they still do this, but I think they actually have a warranty that covers if you break it.
Okay. Oh wow. So where's the heat?
There's no. If you put heat on it, it's heat resistant.
So I just tape it?
No, it's
That's
taped.
it?
It's done. Look, see?
That's it?
Look.
Oh. Oh. Oh, I thought I had
Now
to
it's
get
gold. It's twice
I
as
thought
much
I had
money.
to get a hot iron or
No,
something,
it's not.
or a
See, same thing
blow
over here. See this?
Oh,
Look, I'm jerry rig everything. I bench 355 and put it on my Instagram. No, I'm kidding. I could barely bench 275. I'd fucking die if I tried to do that shit. But see, look, this passes the jerry rig everything bend test. Look at that.
Actually, I'd like to see you try to break it.
You gave me a toothpick. I probably couldn't even do that.
Huh?
Here, this isn't the jerry rig everything bend test. All right, 1, 2, 3.
Whoa, whoa.
Erica, can you break?
What?
Break it. Break it on camera. Break it on the camera. Yeah.
I've been working out, bro.
All right, Erica.
Hey, you know what I forgot though? I forgot my cable at home, my other cable.
What cable?
The slow charging cable. What?
No.
Why?
Get a new cable, you
don't
troll.
You do component level repair?
Not on a fucking cable. Get the fuck out of here with your USB-C cable that slow charges in one direction.
Yeah.
Buy a new one. It's fucking $5, you cheapskate.
Yeah, but I thought this was a repair workshop.
It's a $5 cable, you cheap fuck.
Yeah, but I have a cable that doesn't work, so I was wondering if you can like splice
Where
it
did you
open.
pick up being such a
It's
cheapskate?
not that big. It's only like 6 feet long. What? I mean,
10 feet long. It's a 10-foot.
You can use an X-Acto knife and slice it open.
I could use an X-Acto knife for something, woman.
Afterwards, you can fix it up with this slip, right? And then I would have a gold cable. Oh man.
Okay, so what do we have here?
Paul got me another board. He said he didn't recommend the connector he got me only because it has metal around the top.
I agree.
And the one I'm using doesn't, so he got me this one. I got to a point where, well, he removed the old one. I wicked it. There's flux residue, but I don't know if I should remove it or keep it the way it is. I'm thinking I should keep it just because I'm going to be soldering pads, so I could just use the fact that the flux is
Okay.
there and add some more. So I'm going to plug this one in next.
Go for it.
So were you fixing a like USB-C?
I was fixing an old MagSafe 2 charger.
I said usually for those I put one of those heat shrink tubes around it, and then I.
How do you fit it? You need like a 4-to-1 ratio for it to fit over that and also to tighten around it.
I use a couple. So I'll use a couple of the thick ones, and they go over. I know it sounds silly because if you use a thin one, you can't get it over the MagSafe.
Yeah.
For USB-C, you can. For USB-C, it's so much
Yeah,
better. But for MagSafe, I just stack like 4 on top. It's super reinforced.
Second. Erica, you realize that when you're talking without a microphone, they can't hear you.
Oh. Yeah, well I was looking to see if I could repair anything else. What?
You're adorable.
Yeah, so I was telling people that if this thing breaks, I'm blaming you. Wait, should you reinforce this side too? Because what if the other side breaks? Should I tape it? I'm
Ye-
gonna tape it up.
Go for it. Here.
Okay.
Now, Paul said not to tip the pads. He said to wick it, but to not tip the pads.
That's.
And to go one pin at a time.
Yeah, I'll show you 1 or 2. How familiar are you with this micro pencil?
I've never used the micro.
All right, I'll show you 1 or 2, and then you do the rest.
Okay. I really appreciate the help. Because I
No
would
worries.
try it on my own.
We'll scoot over a bit.
It's the kind of thing where I have one try, and if I fail, it's trying to find another broken surface quick too.
Okay, so did you already do anchor pads?
Nothing's anchored. I just pressed it in through the rest and wiped it.
Did I just move
Wait,
it?
it's in sleep mode for some reason.
Oh, you put this in there.
Oh.
I thought that I ripped out the anchor pin for a moment.
Yeah, I was wondering why it wasn't even melting the plastic. Do you typically use the flat edge or are you using like the pointy part?
You can't use the pointy part because you don't get much heat.
I mean, it's yeah.
So like, if this is, let's say this whole thing is 800 degrees. This is 800 degrees. This is 800 degrees. But this is a lot of heat. It's 800 degrees.
Yeah.
Barely anything. You want to do that. You want to make full contact. So I got 2 anchors, and then I'll just do a few pins. See how that fits? Now you could technically use just the tip for the individual legs because these don't take much heat. I mean, there's not much. Once you get to the ground or power pins, you'll notice that you may have to use the entire thing to get a good joint. And okay, so you get the other anchor pins in, and let's see you do the rest. Erica, they couldn't see my anchor pads, you troll. Erica, nobody wants to see. They want to see you taping a cable, really. Really. Yeah. I'm showing them how to solder a connector onto a board, and you're taping up a cable, and you're like, I'm going to change his camera.
Well, I was trying to change
I'm going to change his camera.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Everybody's seen you do that like 3 million times already. Nobody has seen this great, wondrous...
You are a tiny troll.
I'm not a troll.
You are a tiny, tiny troll.
Here.
A tiny troll.
I'm not a troll.
So,
I have a hair stick stuck here. I don't want to memorialize
races and monetize them. Free money.
I thought I was gonna throw up. Running right after eating a giant lentil dish and a cookie was.
You beat him.
That was.
You had that giant lentil burrito, and you still beat him.
And you're running against this, this guy. Pretty fast.
For me?
What?
I'm slow.
I mean Steve it was even because I won the first one and you won the second one. So.
Are you talking about me and
He's
Steve?
trying to say you have to race him again.
We're not counting.
But this time, wait. But this time it ends up on YouTube.
Him and Orhan got to the finish line, shook hands.
What if we do this? If you
took-
beat him,
fell asleep,
we have
and
to
then
fire.
David runs up and says,
She did it again. Erica, you troll! You.
What happened? What'd she do?
She keeps changing the camera from the actual class to her taping a charger. Erica, you troll! Okay, we have to do a sharing of the camera at the very least.
Yeah, but I don't have my camera.
Okay, I'll give you your camera. My God.
What? I was making a historical video. Nobody else has seen this before. Come on. Don't you think 400 something people want to see this great, one-of-a-kind
They want to see a grate, but that's it.
Huh?
Okay, here you go, Erica. You happy? You're over here. Your charger's over there, and you can see him soldering over there. You little troll. If it makes her happy. Those joints are looking fine. I'm not convinced that you're pressing as hard on the board as you should be with your micro pencil, though. Yeah, because you're heating up the pin. I want you to heat the pin and the pad at the same time. The heat of the solder being hot as it falls should not be what causes it to stick to the pad. You have to be touching the pad and the pin at the same time.
You'll almost never hear me say this, but you need more funds.
And if you see her change it, I want you to throw the camera. I want you to throw something at it.
change the camera on the right side?
Yes.
Oh, is that mine?
Yeah. Let's do a deadlift contest.
Oh, David has no shot.
David's back and be crooked tomorrow.
He's gonna message me at 11:40 a.m.
He's gonna be
my
shit.
back hurts. Oh, my leg hurts.
Let's have a microsoldering, what's it called, microsoldering competition.
That'll be fun.
I'll definitely smoke everybody.
He has to work on the smallest stuff in the store.
Yeah, I mean.
Everybody else kind of has the handicap of working on MacBook stuff. David's just trying to look for one contest where he can win. He loses he lost the jump contest, the pull-up contest, the race. He needs deadlift contest. He needs something where he can win.
I'm not the slowest one in the store anymore.
Who is the slowest though?
I mean.
I'll tell you.
Yeah, but like, come on. Come on, man.
Okay, Shane.
No, I'm saying from the group that
Shane.
From the bros. That's the word you were looking for.
So which one?
Well,
Actually?
yeah, I left him behind.
So who beat Shane?
I think he's right. No, he beat Shane, but Shane didn't race anybody else.
There's an L run?
Next race between and they'll beat
Yeah, he beat
him.
me.
He has pee-pee butts in his back.
He does.
Wait, I was actually slowing down at the end though.
He has a screw in his back. He's literally
Shane, I wasn't
No,
expecting
I know.
it. I know. Shane and me were racing.
he's
and
being
I just joined.
he's being held together by New York Steel.
Beat Shane.
At the end, I just slowed down and he passed me.
How did you lose to someone being held together by New York Steel?
I wasn't actually.
That's not even Indiana Steel. It's Pennsylvania. It's like,
So the next race to break the tie break between you and Lewis is going to be on YouTube.
Alright. I'm gonna go train home.
Title it something like "Trash Talking Employee Gets Owned by."
well, that won't do it.
2 miles per hour for a whole day. I'm gonna try.
David trash talks everybody, and then you ask him to do a deadlift.
He made Danny run, and I've never seen Danny run.
The worst part is he gets murdered and then keeps talking after.
Did you beat him in a race?
Yeah.
Twice. He said he could even longer distance, and I smoked him even worse.
I gotta start
Danny run,
practicing.
and I've never seen him run.
I've been doing more cardio recently because I've been in too bad shape to do long run.
So has David.
Did you ever try the workout I sent you, David? The thing with the this thing where it's like you do a plank and then you have to do this.
That shit will kill me. I already know.
That's not, no, that thing is not a problem. The problem is holding the post.
He was working on it. But he didn't put it. I could probably do like, I don't know. How long can you last?
I do a 30-second plank, and then I do the push-up plank thing after, but I feel like throwing up already. Because I just ate lentils and I'm doing push-ups on the floor. All right, Erica. What is this? Why are you doing this to your charger?
I couldn't. I mean,
No. No.
Why?
What is this? No, no. We're going to flick you in the nose. No, 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 no.
Reinforcing it, but
No,
then
no, no. Now you're just going to break it over here. You've just moved your breaking point somewhere else. Watch, watch. No, 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 no. No.
So how do I do it? I reinforced it. What is this?
It's round.
This is not aesthetic.
No, no, no. I don't give fuck your aesthetic. Look, when you make fuck aesthetic. When you make it round, there's no right angle at any point, so you don't have a point where it's going to break the same way, Erica. See, you do this. There you go. Look, see. Let me show you what breaks cables. Have a. See. This, see, it's not. There's no right angle at any given point, Erica. This is what you do. If you take it and do this, that's a break point over here. Anytime you have that, that's a break point. You don't want a break point.
Wait, the question.
Yes?
What do I do about this? Look. What's this? What is this? A Velcro. I got more stuff now.
More flux. That's a Hershey's Kiss. That's a Hershey's Kiss. Every time you see Hershey's Kiss, you add flux.
I'm not convinced that I'm actually making joints. On the left I am. I'm not convinced that I'm making them releasing.
Oh, okay, what do you think is going to make one pad harder than another?
Ground or not ground.
Yeah, or power. So when you have that problem, you got to push a little bit longer. You may even have to use the larger iron on some of them. But instead of using the point, you have to use the blade. Because, again, this is 840, but this is a lot more 840 than this 840.
Now, should I continuously be adding this, or should I just be using the fact that I have a little ball of...
No, I would add.
Like continuously?
Yeah.
With each?
Yeah, either, unless you have a lot of flux.
Someone gets like E-size.
Yeah. He's saying that these ones are harder, so I said instead of using the point, do this. Think of it. If you tapped yourself with the iron, that would burn, right?
Yeah, but if you tap with the tip of the wood...
No, but let's say if you were in... Okay, this is a really horrible analogy. Like, if I tapped you with 840 degrees, you'd say, ow.
Yeah.
But if I just tossed you into like an 840 degree oven, that would be... It's still at 840 degrees, but it's a lot different, is it not? Yeah. So it's like, it's not just the heat that you have, it's how much of that same degree heat that you have. So it's not just using the... Okay, you're not actually using the knife. Watch, look, outside the microscope. So this is the pin, and you're doing this. You're doing the... No. Use the whole thing. Let me show me the...
Either that or sometimes when you get
Let me
to
show you.
ground
Slide over.
you might need to preheat the board with a hot arrow.
I'll show you. Watch, so you're doing this. Here's what you're doing, and here's why you're not getting any results. You're still using this. I want you to use the power of the whole thing.
I think I'm just paranoid I'm going to cause a bridge.
Who cares? You can always fix a bridge.
That's true.
Look.
Oh, wow.
Oh, look, I bridged it, but I take it away. Because see, look, let's say you have a bridge. Let's say you get a bridge like that. Solder is always going to seek the heat. So if you clean this off so that there's no solder on your iron whatsoever, and then you go right back there, and you tap it, it's going to come right off. Like that.
Oh, wow.
So who cares if you get a bridge? Don't worry about putting a bridge over there, especially since it's a donor. It's not your main machine. This is where you got to get used to it on.
Okay, so it's been fixed now. So thank you, Paul, for the cable time. So guess what? Someone was saying that I have to be delicate with it. I can't be like this.
What?
But you know what I said? I said I don't have to worry about it because there's going to be another repair workshop on Friday. So if I break it, I'll bring it back.
It's so tempting to tackle you.
Why?
Like, I actually want to just tackle you right off of the chair. I just want to do like a full NFL, just run up here and just do this.
I break, you fix. This is great.
Have a cookie, Erica.
Huh?
Have a cookie.
What?
Have a cookie.
No, I don't want a cookie right now.
Have a cookie.
No.
Are you running under his desk to chase a penny? What bet did you lose, Kevin?
It's $1. I need this.
Oh my
$1
god.
coin.
You needed that. Should we give raises or something?
You sure?
Should we give raises? He just chased $1 under the desk.
Oh no. you dove under there.
I was trying to see if it hits anything.
It's time for a cost of living increases.
Because, like, you know, it's
How's Phoebe the necklace kitten?
Necklace.
Can I put her on YouTube? I think she'd do better than Mr. Clinton on YouTube if I just titled the video "Fattest Cat in the World."
Sure.
Cat, and they had an arrow in the thumbnail, a big clickbait thumbnail that says "No neck," and it just points. Yes. Have you ever seen a cat that's fatter than Phoebe? Be honest. Oh, yeah, but that's not an answer.
Have you seen a fatter one in person? No.
If somebody says, "Hey, do I look fat in this dress?" and you say, "I love you," that's kind of actually an answer, is it not? Because he just said, "I love Phoebe." I said, "Is she not?" I said, "Is she the fattest cat you ever seen?" And you said, "I love Phoebe." What is?
He called her necklace too. Where's your necklace? He doesn't have a neck.
Have you seen Phoebe the cat?
Yeah, Pepe is my little homie.
Phoebe.
Pepe, yeah, I call him Pepe.
Do you think that she's overweight?
Nah, she's thick, but she ain't overweight.
That cat has to be at least 20 pounds.
What? I was trying to zoom in the cookie. How come your microphone keep like...
You're not focusing, Erica.
Oh. Oh, there we go.
Erica, this is supposed to be an educational stream.
This is an educational stream. How many people on your channel has ever seen a close-up of a cookie?
I know this is not how you're supposed to do it. I'm just going to see the flux off because I want to see that. I'd never do this normally.
Well, the better way to do it is hot air, but at a temperature like 200 Celsius instead of 400, and then it'll come off with the alcohol easier. But when it's thick, the flux is not going to come off easily. That flux is thicker than the manager of the store's cat.
You want half a cookie?
I already ate too many cookies, Erica.
You did? You have a chocolate chip though?
Erica, what do you think of my anti-COVID machine back there? The big green anti-COVID machine.
Can you get one for the country?
For the what?
Country.
Country?
Yeah.
Oh,
One
yeah.
giant one for the country.
I don't think that would work. I think
Send one to Chicago. Okay. You want to go back in your chair? Or you want to stay over here? What?
and you should help him solder that connector.
I can't.
Why not?
I'm on my lunch break.
You added a bunch of fibers.
Well, yeah. I mean, again, I wouldn't do this on a normal machine. I was just wanting to see the joints.
Good, 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 good,
Oh, those are bad. They're too flat. Could be a fiber.
Off, good, Let's move over. That's fine.
I know a couple of them are way too flat. Those are signal ones. Like that goes.
Now this is going to be magic. Watch this. Watch the power of drag.
Well, you're just using the fact that you have a bunch of it sticking to the tip.
Uh-huh.
A bunch of solder sticking to the micro pencil. Right?
Yep. If I want to be a real monster. Don't let that fall on your leg or you'll...
Yep, it's happened.
Today?
No, not today. In the past.
I really should have gotten dual stations for these desks, but I'm too cheap.
New macro stations.
The dual hot instead of the single. You just hit a button instead of unplug things.
Oh, I see.
You could tell which ones are either ground or a power rail because it's more difficult to get something nice looking on them.
This is definitely like a good example because the connector does look a lot like the one I want to replace. Doesn't I want to replace any of the plates? Definitely so. Oh yeah, obviously.
You do the anchor pin on the left?
Which one? Oh, I did that one. I didn't do the other one.
The top one or the
top
bottom?
one. I only did the bottom one and probably not that one.
Smooth. What? What? Oh, thank you, M43K. He said that right as I burned something. Alright, back into place. Alright. You got the idea. Let's try it on the surface.
Also, this is past the time of your workshop.
No worries. Erica, what do you think this green thing is doing a good job of keeping the smell of soldering crap out of the room? And people? I love my big green machine.
This is the builder. The builder that's currently more functional than
Alright, so the method of removing the connector, just flux it up, heat it from the bottom, and make sure the flux doesn't fall on your pants.
What's that?
You gave me shock. No, I ate too much already. But thank you for the consideration. Erica, make sure he does a good job, alright? I want you to supervise, okay? Yeah. You're going to supervise this connector, okay? Erica?
Right. But I'm not authorized.
There's no way for me to get this on the microscope.
No, you're not going to be able to get it on the microscope. It's not going to reach. Yeah, it's not going to reach. That lady with the PS4 left very happy.
Cool. I think she's going to do a lot better at it now that she saw how to do it right.
That conical tip is horrible, though.
If she gets that TS100, she'll be well better off.
The thing that I feel most betrayed by getting into soldering in the beginning was this idea that conical tips are acceptable. Like, what have you used conical tips for where it actually seems acceptable? Or is it the same with you, where it's like once you found the flat tip, it's like, thank God?
I still use a conical tip at home. My micro tip at home is just a conical tip. That's all I have.
You like it?
No, not really. I much prefer soldering here, but that's all I have at home.
I hate conical. It makes everything harder for no reason.
Eventually, I'm just gonna buy the same setup I have here, except the JVC. I'm not buying.
Yeah, fuck that. It's like $2,000. We don't. Do you use any of the features? Did you ever see you can actually graph your day? Have you ever tried that?
I've never tried that.
Oh, you
I've
yeah.
always wondered if I could get it to heat up faster. Because I bet it's on some kind of profile curve where it heats up slowly.
I think you're also using a heating element from 2015.
It still works. My fuse just blew. I just had to buy new fuses. It actually corroded. There's
You should
corrosion
try.
on the fuse.
You should try graphing your day.
Do I need software for it? I probably got to download software.
Yeah, and it has a USB that attaches to it.
Why is the Apple logo upside down while you're holding it normally? Oh, it's a sticker. Okay. Like, wait a second. That's all wrong.
How did that board go, Chris? Sorry.
Terrible.
Sorry.
I think it's.
I feel bad that I tossed that
PCH,
off.
but I'm not sure.
I feel bad I tossed that off onto you. The
It's
first.
weird- It's weird because 3v3 S5 and S5 and 5 volts S5 is there, but the source voltages are jumping.
The first one he gave me was the corroded cap on CD3215.
Or just that one little cap?
Yeah.
I was waiting for you to have to do the underfilled CD.
Oh, hell no.
And I saw that was only the cap. I wish I got that lucky.
What do you have here?
I'm just doing this SMC. Corrosion around there in 8.2.
Thanks for helping me fix my charger cable.
What?
Thanks for helping me fix my charger.
Oh, thank you for showing up to my workshop, beautiful girl.
You're welcome. So next time, you know what? I actually had a really tough cable for you to fix. Worse than this without it. I'll bring it next time.
That's my big anti-COVID machine, Erica.
How come you have a bigger towel?
Well, this is one air filter for 2 stations. If I'm only using one of the stations, then it doesn't make sense to get less suction. However, since I'm not soldering over here, I should just turn this off. You're right.
So I got it off with one bridge.
Just flux just flux and tap it with the iron, and it'll come right off.
Micro pencil or
Micro pencil.
which is okay. Micro pencil's cool.
Saturated, that's it. Oops, saturated. Come on. Oh, you're sitting next to it.
No, I don't eat the cheddar one
Why not?
because I don't like its nasty.
How do you not like the cheddar one?
No, the caramel one's
This must be a Pfizer side effect. There's no way you could not like that. I know it changes your taste or something.
no, it's a heart problem. That's messed up.
That's messed up. Also, I saw the mess that Anel
Yeah,
made.
you
You see, there's like 3 little pieces of cords.
You said
Yeah.
it was and you one fell right.
Yeah,
in
we all 3 of us saw that.
You got caught.
The one we got in, man.
Remember in the old store that one? It's like 2014 when
That's crazy.
we had the string. There was like 900 ants from the window going around all the way up to my desk, and yeah, the back window. They would go all the way around into my and you see what it's just my dripping flux, like the flux dripping on the desk, and they were all eating it.
Flux.
This is going like this. Oh shit.
Oh, remember there was that one computer that had like Fig Newton in it or something in the slot,
Yeah, that's what.
and it took us 6 months to get rid of the fucking ants after that. I should have billed that lady for extermination.
That was fucking.
Those ants don't go away, and then they tell their friends, and then their friends.
They tell their friends, come here. There's free food.
That's messed up.
Yo, man,
That's messed up, bro.
What?
Look at his pants.
I don't get it.
Look at his pee-pee.
He pissed himself.
I don't want to look at his pee-pee.
No, you just saturated my whole leg. That's messed up.
I mean, you saturated his pee-pee bus.
No, he started.
No,
He started. He started. I just got
they
even.
they try to get you to say something. To pull a
messed
me
up, I
too.
know.
You're not gonna pull a me too, right? Where he says,
What?
You sprayed my private.
he, yeah.
Do you remember this guy?
Yes.
Just doesn't look.
Let me see. Yeah, you still have a bridge right there.
Yeah, that white stuff.
Flux and tap it.
I mean, that's what I was doing. Yeah.
What too heavy, I sent a vision.
Oh, the rowing machine. Someone mentioned Oreo.
That is a piece of copper from that piece of shit Asus motherboard with the dead PCH that he didn't take with him when he left and now belongs in the garbage.
I'm not sure why. This wasn't. This is how they left it. Right. And that's, you know what an SMC is? Yeah. This is like your equivalent of the SMC. If you look at that under the microscope on the left side, it's supposed to have 16 pins, but only 3 of them are connected. So there's no way I'm trusting anything else they did here. Right. Because if they remove the shields, they didn't even remove these. Yeah, they didn't properly remove. It's bad. Now for this, okay. Paul was using the one without a nozzle. Do you have any advice on that? I'm using the one with the nozzle. He was using the one without a nozzle.
Yeah, if you're to remove a connector, taking the nozzle off is.
Hold up, this is the target, whatever you want to call it. This is not the donor.
Wait, so did you take the connector off already?
No. So would I remove it from the top then? I don't want to be heating the entire board because this is the one I want to fix.
Yeah, I would remove it from the either A, remove it from the top, or B, just use a dry soldering iron and go over it.
I'll probably remove it from the top.
Just be careful to not heat all. I don't know what's in there. So I usually put something like a box cutter or literally any piece of metal.
Do you have like aluminum foil? I usually like stack up aluminum foil 4 times.
Dave Jones watches this channel from time to time, so you have to say aluminium or he'll get mad at me. But let's see. I may have a box cutter. Erica.
Your Exacto knife.
No. Aluminium. Oh, literally this will do fine.
Probably right. Actually, I think that's
Here you go.
the SMC.
Bada bing.
Oh, cool.
There you go.
And this can be heated. This is what.
Literally just
This is
any piece of metal.
Okay. But you know, if I push, it's a touch screen laptop. If I push on the screen, it blue screens. If I touch the screen lightly, it works. If I physically push on it, even with like a piece of cardboard, it blue screens because something here becomes blue.
Oh my god, this garbage smells so bad.
That's what it's supposed to smell like.
Liz, did I win the first one or did you?
As opposed to what? The garbage outside of.
No, it's just not. It's unusual. That's what I mean. It's like someone has some sneaky shit in it. He's asking, did he win the first one? Like,
Yes.
See?
Him saying that you didn't win because you didn't tap is a technicality typical to this store's bro culture. You did win the first one, but I won the second one, and the second one is actually what counts.
Wait, no.
Because I chose that, it
That's
counts.
exactly what he
That
said.
means
by
it's
the way.
even then. It's even.
Well, no, that's not even. No, the second one is the one that counts
He
more.
asked for a rematch because he didn't want to lose. I mean.
Also, you cheated on the first one by starting before me, so.
Yeah.
No way.
The fact that we're even starting.
Everybody said that.
I started.
Everybody saw what you did,
But then you
David.
can't say he won then, because he started first. That's a false start
Huh?
on the first one. He He started before you. How was that a win?
I mean, he won through cheating.
No fucking way, bro. I actually started at 3.
Everybody said you started.
We need to get one of those 1200, like 900 frame per second cameras. Actually, Paul's does.
Paul's camera can do that.
Paul, your camera does like that 900 frames a second shit.
Not really fast.
Oh.
It's 5 times.
Yeah, because David cheats. He starts first, and I need to actually prove it, and I can't prove it on my shitty cell phone camera.
Oh yeah, my camera
So next time we do one, we have to have proof.
We already know that we're even, so no one has won, and yeah, we need a rematch.
All right, the next race is going to be on YouTube, and then he's just going to demolish you.
And no eating lentils before it.
When do you want to do the race?
Next week.
Next week.
All right, so I'll be ready next week.
You're going to see him on the treadmill. His wife is going to start. His wife is going to go. Why is my husband on the treadmill 24/7? Turn to a hamster head ass. And he's denying that he had a false start. Like the first one he has.
I didn't realize there were false start until you guys pointed it out to me.
Like 1, 2. And you see Lewis waiting for 3, and David's like 5 feet ahead of him.
We have to have a proper camera because that's the only way to tell. Erica, your phone's on camera. Erica? Damn. Erica, your phone's on stream. Erica, your phone's on stream. Oh, you know? Okay, I thought you didn't know. Okay, just making sure. Don't be.
There's only one configuration for the sports. There's no reason for them. Now I'm taking off the bad one off the good one.
What is this?
What is what?
Okay, what? None.
No?
You hold this like it's a pen.
It's a fat pen.
No, I mean, you're holding it like... Here. Are you righty or lefty?
Righty.
Okay, then you're going to put this over here. I'm sorry, this desk is arranged like shit.
No worries. But
I apologize.
I want the tweezers in my right hand because I'm righty.
And the hot air is on the right, tweezers on the left. And hold like this. Don't do... This isn't a fire hose.
Okay.
You're going to use it like this.
But the tweezers are more precise motion. Wouldn't I want to use my dominant hand for the one that requires a precise motion rather than like...
The precise motion is the hot air, not the tweezers. Because if you point this ever so slightly like this, you're heating the CPU instead of that.
Well, the CPU's up here, but yeah.
Oh, well, whatever the hell is above it. You know, you get the point.
That's true.
I would you use the hot... Yeah, the dominant hand is usually the hot air.
I wasn't used to that.
Because at some point when you're doing BGA soldering, you're kind of like a snake charmer trying to get something into place, and you want the precision is going to be with the hot air more so than the tweezers.
Found a way to make it work.
Yeah, that might... Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Usually wait until it starts bubbling or...
What is that connector for?
Display.
Ah.
Yeah.
You got-
I think I need
did
a
it come
little
off?
bit more flux. No, I need a little bit more flux.
Oh, so you don't have to hit the button when you put it in there. It'll automatically detect that it's in the holster and turn itself
I
off.
can't really put it in there because
Oh, yeah,
it
yeah.
has a paperweight.
Point taken. What the fuck was that? Can I see that? You serious? Who invented this? Who invented this shit?
Don't break my toy.
Erica. What the hell is this?
What?
Don't you break my toy.
Oh my god. Holy
What? How did you come up with this?
Office warfare. Bigger wins.
Oh, I got it off. Oh, you took it off with the connector. Now I have it with the connector. shame. I was going to put it back on the bad board so it's complete.
Looks like a J tag when I'm done with it.
Yeah, alright. That came off nicely though. I don't think we need to color anymore.
Leave it to a Marine to make a whole base flamethrower.
Yeah, right that top edge. That's insane. That's worse than I did. That's worse than the one I just did now. You're right, it's probably audio, which means that it's probably some audio driver trying to communicate with the audio shed.
This workplace has been without accidents for this amount of time without Paul us at the store.
It's funny because if it was
What else does he have?
was that of a MacBook, it probably wouldn't crash because it wouldn't be pressing on the MacBook as much. But it's in the tablet portion of a tablet device, so if you physically push on it as using touchscreen.
All right, what stage are we at here?
We are at the let's wick it off stage. And I gotta switch the soldering on.
All right. And just remember, when you're wicking, you put the board all the way back on the desk so that you're not bending the board.
Makes sense.
Why do we have a flamethrower? Why do we have a... There's a fire outside the store. I have to go through 3 fire extinguishers to find some that work. We have more flamethrowers than fire extinguishers in this fucking store.
Yes, we do.
Why? No, but serious. Do we actually have a new set of working fire extinguishers in case some crazy fuck tries to light the store on
Yes, we do.
fire?
We have 3 of them in the store.
Where are they?
They are marked with fire extinguisher tags.
Oh, wow. Wait, why is there one right next to my bicycle?
There's one right next to your bicycle because
No,
your
look, it's
bicycle
fire.
has a habit of catching fire.
Hey.
You see, it's green. It's good to go.
Oh, good. Is there a possibility to get one giant one, or
We can.
how much are big ones?
They get expensive.
Yeah.
I want a Halotron
Well,
one
no,
right here.
the big one was over $150.
I want a Halotron.
Just in case some fuck tries to set the front of the building on fire again, like last time. I was in my office just like randomly doing stuff, and then I come up here and I'm like, oh, that looks interesting. It's very bright out. Oh, shit. It was the same crackhead trying to set the building on fire over and over again.
Louis, you have
Oh,
2.
fuck.
You have 2 back here. One's in your office. One's there, and one is by the time clock.
Okay, that should be
And
enough.
They're all marked by the ceiling, so you can find them and everything.
That should be enough if another crackhead does that again.
Hopefully. You also have we also have 5-gallon bucket and water. If all else fails.
Did I tell you about the people that pick up e-waste for free that I met at the conference?
No.
They'll pick up unlimited as much as you want. Doesn't matter if it's... I know, really? No, one of these pays as well, but like glass, keyboards, literally junk, anything. Minimum 5 tons. Metric tons, actually.
Metric ton?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Erica wanted to be helpful. I feel bad. She was like trying to be nice because she knows that our e-waste collection people suck and we always have to change.
No, I found a new guy that he pays to pick up.
That's awesome.
He pays, I think, like for the newer boards, he pays a lot. He pays I think like $10 to $15.
Well, he picks up broken glass screens and all that other shit.
Yeah, I tell him you don't even have to pay me, just take it for free.
Yeah, but
You're taking my broken glass.
I like Erica got to say, oh yeah, we have a minimum 5 tons, and I'm like,
Yeah.
it is. Okay, let's see what we have here. Erica, if you read this, can you please wave 7 cents?
Like this model of it, the Surface Book, that doesn't have chips on one side.
Okay, let's see what we have here. Have you wicked yet, or flux? A little bit of flux? It'll make everything drag nicer, and also you're gonna want to cut this wick, make it nice and fresh again.
Good idea. This all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
How much does a typical flux like this cost?
$15 to $18,
You sell them?
maybe.
How much are your hot air stations right now? Pulse like a price cheapers?
Somewhere in the mid 200s, I think.
Okay, I might just buy one today.
I like these little hot air stations. They're amazing.
It's this exact model?
Yeah,
Okay.
except without the scratches on the screen. Maybe
How
some of
does
this.
that happen?
Is this a Students? People fuck with stuff. When I walk out there to joke with my employees, I have no idea what's going on in here.
Oh, wow.
But this screen has a ton of little nicks on it. Oh well, no big deal. Also, you're wicking with a micro pencil.
Sleep mode because of this one. Okay. Also, my wick what?
Oh, yeah, go for it.
I have to wait for it to heat up because it was in sleep mode.
So clean it up. There you go. You heard the little happy beep.
Was that it?
And wick. But clean off the tip of your iron first, because you're going to waste your wick. Oh, can you cover that with a napkin if you could, just so he gets a little bit more suction? Yeah, I think I got a napkin over here.
Oh, is it all one system?
Well, I have 2 of those boxes in here, but there's 5 stations, so I kind of split them between this.
Now, do I need to do anything about the resin? Or do I just put the connector on top of this like I did the previous
No,
time?
no, I would clean the resin off.
Clean it off. Okay.
Uh,
Previous time I just kind of shoved the connector onto it.
That's not very nice. Paul has made an alcohol-powered rework station, says Gustavo. No way.
I was like, where's the nozzle?
Look at that little knockoff charger I can get you for $10, Erica. Look at the little charger I'm going to get you. Look at that little... Look at that. You want it?
No.
Look, isn't it pretty? Isn't it pretty? I don't want that.
No, it's real, right?
That's it. It's...
It's real.
Thank you, Beard of Joy. I really appreciate you saying something like that. That makes me happy. You're triggering me. Fiber. You use a Q-tip, but here's the thing. Here's how you avoid fibers on the board.
Circles, right?
Yeah, you constantly circle it.
Where do you, oh, I didn't even see the Q-tips.
Yeah, and then you use either one of those alcohol containers.
Alcohol
A little alcohol dispenser. Oh, container, dispenser, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
What it's for?
Yep.
Wow. Okay. Oh, I know the trick of circles. I just didn't see the Q-tips.
There you go. There we go. And what's... yeah, like, is that a nick in the board, or is that dust or a piece of dirt or resin? Yeah, rotate over that and see. That looks like a scrape in the board. If it's a scrape, it's fine, but... because you want that connector to be as flat on the board as humanly possible, because that'll make it easiest to not have voids in your solder joints in the individual legs. So anything that's going to cause it to be raised, you want to get rid of. And you have a little thing over there right now. That thing.
That looks pretty good.
Beautiful. All right.
Still, so this pin has, but actually that's actually very tiny. I looked at it at an angle and it's very. I mean, actually a couple of them have that.
I don't think that's the giantest of deals. I just don't want something that's physically sticking up over there, because that's going to mold itself into place when you solder versus something that's going to be pushing on the connector the whole time.
Now, should I be concerned about the fact that, well, actually, let me just put the connector on here upside down.
Zapsy, it ends at 6:30 Eastern Standard Time. But
So just as before, you recommend the signal pads first?
what? Oh, there's no. The pins don't stick out on this connector.
They don't. No. The connector's tall. They do.
Oh.
They do. It's like an angling trick. They do stick out. The connectors just.
That looks like very high difficulty level.
Wait. No, they stick out ever so slightly. It's the fact that the connector is very tall that you don't see them sticking out as much.
Yeah, I suppose. It's still kind of scary.
So I'm gonna have to probably do it at a slight angle. Actually, can you angle this microscope? Is there any way?
Yes. It rotates. I think so. Let's see.
Around which axis?
Oh, yeah, never mind. Mine does. This piece of shit does. Does this? Will this piece of shit do that? Let's see. No, oh yeah, it doesn't because it has 2 bars.
Wait, what?
Yeah, mine does because mine's the cheap ass stand with 1 bar. Yours doesn't because it's the one with 2 bars.
Okay.
What about?
What if I put the iFixit kit under the silicone?
Let's see. Yeah, I have no idea.
I don't think that's gonna rotate. What if I put the not the iFixit, but like something under the silicone to be working on a?
You could try that. That surface connector is really, really hard to solder because the pin barely sticks out at all.
Oh, the connector itself?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a troll. A giant troll.
You want me to do it for you?
Can you show them how to do 1 pin?
On my station, I want to use their stuff.
You don't like this station?
No.
This Hacko soldering iron is beneath me as a person who uses a Hacko soldering iron. Have you ever tried the JBC Micro toolkit? It's like $700 or so.
I'd like to see other ones.
It has a super micro tip and everything, but it feels exactly the same as that.
How super micro? Like more micro than these?
No, the tip. I mean, the actual handpiece is smaller than that, only 32. It's just it costs a lot of money. Yeah, see how the pin barely sticks out? It's a troll.
Oh, that's just like I've done connectors like that. We have connectors like that.
Look at Erica checking her phone. He's doing no work to supervise here. This guy has the connector jagged instead of helping put it on there. She's looking at her phone, reading her comic. That's not the type of thing that would get over in Chris Long's shop. Hell no. You vacuum the fan?
Yes.
Oh, you scared me, Olga. Why you give me a heart attack like that?
I scare you one time. You scared me all the time.
What do you mean I scare you all the time?
All the time you do something.
Boo.
Steve too.
Oh, yeah.
Always scare me.
I'm gonna get the mouse over there. Heart attack and workers' comp.
Lewis noticed that the pins don't really stick out on this one as much. That's a bit of an optical illusion. They do stick out more than that. I'm gonna stick the connector down with Captain Tape because on the previous one I didn't clean off the resin. Here I did, so the connector's sliding around here.
What do?
Flamethrower.
Flamethrower? Paul, that's a working surface.
Just connect the Samsung terminal, and then it's gonna start with an L. Okay.
That green filter does a good job of removing the smell of 5 people soldering in a small room.
It really does.
Like when I didn't have it on last time, or the 2 times ago, not last time, you could smell like BO and people and... This desk has so much treasure on it.
It really does.
It looks like Where's Waldo. I don't know how you find anything.
It's organized confusion. I know where everything is.
Even a 2011 GPU with a penny on top of it?
Yes. case I ever need it, I know exactly where it is.
Ahatsu and Miku. A Tello drone. Eli the computer guy Ducky.
Screen connector and battery has a tiny second probe and it's probably nothing. Turns on, but no. This one he bought was pretty bad. Yes.
Are his stations ESD compliant, or did he brush over that with the people in his class? Are our stations ESD compliant, Paul?
No. No such thing.
You can gargle my balls, danger boy. Gargle my dangerous balls.
This one is really challenging for somebody's first connect.
That is a hard one. That is not a good example for a first connector.
No, not at all.
Why is the screen just gray? Because we're soldering this one at Paul's workstation where I don't have a camera piped to the office.
You used to. Is it still connected?
I think the stations in the office are connected to the cameras now. I have to figure out which cable it is, and that would take like a half hour to reconnect that shit. Sorry. Yeah, you guys are just kind of watching a dead screen. I want him to actually leave with a working surface. Paul doesn't like using the Hakko 2032 iron at my desk. He likes using the Hakko 2032 iron at his desk.
I think I just like the seating position of my desk.
You're the only reason I got a soldering iron instead of feeling comfortable rebuilding circuit boards. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. I killed a printer with ESD. Good. You should do it again. Fuck you, printer. Oh, what? I'm not allowed to scan because I ran out of ink? Zap. Oh, I can't use the ink cartridge unless I get a subscription? Zap. I would love to kill a printer with ESD. I want to kill it with my e-bike battery, honestly.
I knew it. He forgot it. Yo, man. I knew it. You see, that's why Orhan was laughing. Yeah. He knew too. They knew he knew it. I knew it too.
You haven't lived until you've smashed an HP LaserJet into a million pieces.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
How did you read that out of your peripheral vision?
I didn't. That's from... Did somebody write that?
Yes.
It's from Office Space.
Oh, I thought you read
In the
it.
middle of the field and beat the shit out of it.
Oh, I thought you read that from your peripheral vision. That's crazy. Almost there. You have to entertain people, Erica. Until Paul finishes.
Say hey again. I just plugged it in.
Hey you guys, can you hear me? I got audio now. Oof. I got this. Oh, whatever. Yay. Okay. I had to hide it underneath my hair. I know. No, you know what I was doing? I was reading webtoons. I love reading webtoons. Are you guys familiar with webtoons? It's a webcomic, so I've been following several different webtoons. Right now I'm reading Cursed Princess Club, but then I also follow First Night with the Prince, Let's Play, True Beauty. I haven't read Omniscient Reader in a while. What else do I want? From Night to a Lady, and then there's Love Hidden in Lies, Your Throne, She Would Never Know, like Wind on a Dry Branch. Actually, hold on, let me show you guys. Where is this? Overhead. See? These are all the ones that I read. Most of these I keep reading. See? I love this. I know. You guys got me. Yeah. See, camera? Oh yeah, you guys got me. Hello. I don't follow goblins. Let's see. No. Let's see here. Let me read YouTube. I know it does need a new phone screen. This needs to actually get repaired. See my tape? See my wonderful tape job? Oh, it's great. So I got this OtterBox case, and I thought it was going to protect me. I remember the first time it fell down, I was so cocky because I thought like, oh, I got an OtterBox, I should be okay. And it was fine. But then later on, what happened was that it fell down, I think second or third time it fell on the concrete. And after it fell on the concrete, it actually shattered the lower left-hand corner of it. And then I dropped it again, and it shattered the upper left-hand corner of it. So even though I bought an OtterBox, it just, it's still cracked. I was so disappointed, and this was not a generic. This was actually a real OtterBox. I do have my own channel. It's Cinevision. CINNAVISION. I have more videos than Lewis. But my videos aren't, you won't learn board repair on mine. Mine is just like a whole combination of like anything goes. If I find something interesting, I'll do a stream about it. Today I was cleaning a sheepskin rug, and I think I'm going to be making a video about it probably tomorrow, not today. We're probably going to get home late. No.
Yeah, I have no way of testing it, but I looked over the entire rest of it, and there's not.
Yeah, so I thought my phone case, I always thought like if you buy an OtterBox, it would be indestructible, but I think it's only the Defender that does that. You know, the one that has like a plastic case, and then over that it has a silicone case, the really big clunky one. Not this stuff. Like this stuff is not that great. See my packing tape? This is my repair job right here. Oh, you love the interview reenactment. Oh, I can't read any schematic for you guys. I don't do bedtime stories like that. Oh, steel rods in your hand. Oh, getting run over. Of course getting run over by a car. I'm not worried about that. What is it?
You have to fix something if you're gonna set things.
What do I have to fix? What do I have to fix? I already fixed something. I fixed something. I did this incredible job right here.
Like somebody said, we got the troll.
This one. You did get the... I don't know. I'm not a troll, you guys. I'm just a person who needs to get her cable fixed. That's all. This is a very prevalent problem. Do you know how many people out there in New York City probably have like frayed cables and they don't know what to do with it? So they just buy a new one, but all they need is... This is Kaplan tape, right? Captain. How do you spell it?
Kapton.
Captain.
You like
Captain.
pronouncing
Captain.
Eric,
Captain.
say Manhattan.
Manhattan.
Say Manhattan without sounding drunk.
Manhattan.
Say
I used to say Manhattan.
Say kitten.
Kitten.
Say
Kitten.
cotton.
Cotton. Yeah, this is not repairing
Say
Erica's
mitten.
English screen. Captain.
Mitten.
Mitten. Mitten.
It's
Anyway, yeah, so this thing, how much is this anyway?
$10-15.
Really? Yeah, so if you guys have any of these like frayed cables and you don't have Sugru or anything, like totally buy this Captain tape. I mean, like you would save so much money assuming your cables do work and you don't have it go down to the bare. Because I figure, right? Like this charger is like $70.
Man.
Mitten.
M-I-H-H-T.
Mitten. Mitten.
It's mitten.
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 What are you saying? How are you saying that? Mitten. Mitten. What, you're gonna really bring out the Oxford on me? Mitten. Mitten. Okay, okay.
Mid. M-I-T.
Mitten. Mitten.
Mitten.
You know, English sucks. English sucks because you got mit and then you think 10, right? But it's no, mitten. Mitten. Not mid-10, mitten.
Mitten.
Like the English language is the ultimate troll.
Oh, watch this. Manhattan. Manhattan.
Manhattan.
Manhattan.
Manhattan.
Oh, how are you saying it before?
Manhattan.
Manhattan.
What? Look, you know what else? Look, you got thorough. You got thorough looks like thorough, right?
Say kitten.
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 Kitten. Kitten. Does not look like kitten. 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 Oh my gosh. Yeah, so now I got the freaking Velcro cable over here. But yeah, this is a great investment. Buy this tape. You can buy it off, I think Lewis linked it down below. Hopefully he did in this video, but it's Captain. I don't know how you say this tape, okay? But it's basically Captain, not C-A-P-T-A-I-N, but K-A-P-T-O-N. I think this, like he said, he thinks it's like $10, $15. You can save so many cables from the landfill. So, talking about cables, as I was telling you guys, I have a cable at home. It's a slow charging cable now. I don't know what happened to it. I don't think no Captain tape can fix it. So I want to bring it to the repair workshop on Friday, have him splice it open. It's a beautiful 6-foot long cable. Have him splice it open and fix it, because this is a repair workshop. He should be open to trying to fix anything. And yeah, you don't have to bring a PS4 or anything like that. I think bringing my $6 charging cable should be perfectly fine. I also have this other cable over here, and I don't have it, but it is well, I'll show it to you guys. It has a little bit of corrosion in there. But yeah, I want to bring all the freaking broken cables, and if there's anything that's been broken around the apartment, this is a perfect excuse to bring it over to...
Say cap, say ton, put them together.
Captain. But it sounds like Captain, C-A-P-T-A-I-N. It's bidden. No, it's not bidden, it's Biden. Isn't that pronunciation for the English language just so terrible? Someone's gonna listen to this and they'll be like, what? I thought Erica's a native speaker. Yeah, but freaking English. Manhattan. Yeah, no, I only like buying. Look. Okay, look. You guys say stop buying official. If you have a $1,000 laptop, you don't want to screw up and buy a cheap, save some money and then you end up frying your computer. And if I upgrade to the M1 laptop, I'm not buying no $5 cable because the repair on that's going to be way more than whatever my cost savings is if I fry my computer. What's Hiwi? What is Hiwi? So yeah, I have a official Apple laptop with the official charger. And yeah, now I can't use my little Gull Wings. See? These are like Gull Wings and I don't have them. I can't use them anymore because I screwed up on my repair. See, this is probably why Apple doesn't want people to fix it themselves because it just doesn't look aesthetic anymore. Now I got this like Velcro cord over here that I didn't need it before. Yeah, I wish they reinforced it. I wish there was like some kind of like, I don't know, carbon fiber around here or something, like a little bit like right here and then right here.
Look, somebody gave you $2 to say something.
Oh, thank you. I bit in the kitten. I would like to say it, I bit in the kitten.
I've bitten the kitten.
I bit in the kitten.
You don't put your tongue in the top of your mouth when you do that.
I've
bitten?
Bitten? I bit in the kitten. Kitten. Kitten.
You can't say T without putting your tongue at the top of your mouth. That's what's doing it to you.
Okay.
Kitten.
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 Kitten. What? This is not repair Erica's English. Okay. So.
That's much more fun than fixing Erica's charging
look at
cables.
this. Okay, Beard of Joy says, Erica, it's not a 6-foot cable, it's unfixable. What happened is a couple of small wires broke and cable resistance went up. Most likely it's somewhere near the connector. It would need... he would need to cut off the connectors and solder used ones, which is a pain in the ass. Beard of Joy, this is a repair workshop. He is up to that whole challenge of fixing those connectors. I mean, he does the component level repair. So what is my 6-foot long cable going to do? What? Don't you think you can fix it?
No.
Look, if some person in China could make it, couldn't you fix it? What? Look, logic board you can fix. Why can't you fix my 6-foot cable? You can do 1 foot at a time.
No.
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 What if you open it up and you see some corrosion? Can you throw in an ultrasonic? Huh?
Your cable goes in the trash.
What? Oh, it would break. Oh, okay. So you need to have a... Oh, my goodness. So even if I had a carbon fiber, you guys are saying it would still crack. Okay. Component level, not component repair. Hey, I'm not the one who made this repair workshop. Just wait. Someone's gonna troll them and be like, I have a 20-foot long HDMI cable that I need fixed. Let's see over here. Where's my thingy-majingy? What do you guys think of my handbag? Isn't it cool? I upgraded my handbag. So this is my new freebie handbag. Okay, let's see. Where did I put my... Oh, I dropped it. Hey. What you asking for? I don't know. What you asking for about the mic? Oh. Yeah, see? So, like, if you had a cable like this, and it was a slow charger, like, how would you guys... I mean, like, if you really wanted to fix it, I guess you would have to, like, splice it with an X-Acto knife, and then look at it and just, like, unfurl it. But then I guess you would have to tape it all over with Captain tape, yeah? That's what I was thinking. Like, how would you do that if you wanted to fix it? But then once you do Captain Tape, then you can't bend it again, and then I'd have a 6 foot like this, right? It'd just be straight. I don't know. It sounds like a cool repair. I think it sounds like a cool repair. Like, fix it, and then you gotta repair it, but then you would have to make it flexible again, and then I think it would be very cost prohibitive because you would have to sew on this stuff on it, you know? Like, coat it all up again. Heat shrink. But is heat shrink bendable? 1 inch. Oh, okay. Cut off the connector. 1 inch of cable and solder on the new connector.
Wait a second. You pronounce solder with an L in it?
Solder.
For all the trolling you did, you just said solder with an L.
Yeah.
I heard that. Say that again.
Solder.
No, do it again with the L.
Solder?
No, it's without the L. Do it with give me with an L. Out.
Solder. I don't know. Yeah, thorough through thought rough cough. But think about borrow. Remember that? Borrow.
There's no noise suppression software, Frank.
Solder. Solder. I don't know.
Paul's still trying to finish his connector. That connector sucks.
Has anyone on YouTube ever tried to fix one of these cords? Yeah, so someone was saying, why don't you just cut off 1 inch and then solder on a new connector?
No.
Why not?
No.
What if there's like a 1 inch? What if there's like a 1 inch damage? Can't you just like rip this thing off and then take out the thing and then just
go to Neutric.com. I'm sure Neutric will happily sell you one.
I just need a bunch of this and this tips. I don't need anything else. Cable where you can cut the broken off part by buying a new one. You guys. I was just curious. I fixed a lot of cables. I don't know where it is. Okay, you know what? I will bring it over, and then you guys can check it out. It's very slow. It's very slow. Very, very slow. Ooh, actually, I should tape this part, shouldn't I? Let's go off to everyone's favorite repair. Yeah, let's check this out. Okay. I really should tape this side up. I want to grab a scissors, but I don't know where the scissors are.
I didn't know this was going to run so late.
I'm just getting started with my repair. I better do this.
So I asked the floor at the front desk if there's any way to get in touch with them. They said to know how
They give anybody my information, they get fired.
No, I know. So I've been trying to catch you. I got something when you're in the store.
What?
Yeah, it's the kind of stuff that I wouldn't want to do.
Erica?
What?
You gotta end the stream.
What?
Because I had to have some employee discussions, and I thought this was gonna end at 6:30.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go and finish this, you guys.
Everybody, thank you very much for watching. This is lovely. We're gonna do it again on Friday. Thank you very much for making this stuff possible, and I'll be shameless. There's a link in the description down below if you want to see more.
Buy some Captain Tape.
I have to have some employee meetings, which I really didn't think this was going to go an hour and 15 minutes late, but Paul's still working on that fucking connector. So, thank you very much.